team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's Gusto.com. Gusto.com.
Celebrate the World Cup 2026 at Soccer Fest at the Camden Waterfront, June 25th through the 27th, starting at noon each day. All 3 days on huge outdoor screens. Sign up for the New Jersey Youth Soccer Association sessions held at Rutgers Camden Field. Shop at the Made in Camden Village. Enjoy the flavors of the International Food Market, South Jersey's award-winning wineries and breweries. Take Patco to the City Hall Station or take the New Jersey Transit River Line. Register for free tickets in advance at soccerfest26.com.
For any occasion, including Father's Day. Aura Frames is a good way to stay connected. Life gets busy. You're on the go. Your dad's on the go. You want to stay connected. The Aura Digital Frame is a great way to remind them how much you love them. The Aura Digital Frame, you can upload photos from your Aura app. So can the rest of your family. So can Dad if you teach him how to use it.
One of the great things about the Aura digital app is that you can upload photos literally from anywhere. So, you might live right next door to your dad, but a lot of people do not. Like, I'm about 2 hours from my dad. Freebeer is a couple of hours from his dad as well. So whenever things happen and they can't be there, you can upload photos so that they can see them. Also, you can upload photos of them that they don't even know exist, which is fun too. Named #1 by Wirecutter, you can save now by visiting auraframes.com. And for a limited time, get $35 off their best-selling Carver mat frame with code FBHW. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code FBHW. Make sure you mention the Free Beer and Hot Wings show at checkout. Terms and conditions apply.
26 Matt Blatt Kia Sportage LX, $139 per month. All new 27 Matt Blatt Kia Telluride LX, just $259 per month. Plus, get up to $3,000 over KBB fair market value for any trade.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike.
Hey, Carver Township.
At MattBlattKia.com.
Need a new car and have no idea? It's got to be a Matt Blatt Kia. 24-month leases, $59.99 due at signing. Call 888-506-4132 for details. Offers and combined expires month end.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Spain is currently trading at over 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $580 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TURF to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Filling marble and tile, transforming spaces into beautiful places.
Hey, it's Joe Kelly. Filling Marble and Tile Retail Outlet in South Jersey is a premier family-owned stone dealer and installation expert. Residences, businesses, hospitals, schools, Atlantic City casinos, and more have trusted Filling Marble for quality marble, granite, and tile. Stop by today.
Filling marble and tile, transforming spaces into beautiful places.
See them online at fillingmarble.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-923-6829 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-923-6829. That's 800-923-6829. What do you have to lose? Call 800-923-6829. Again, 800-923-6829.
The countdown to summer is on, and Broadleys is ready to help keep you cool. Schedule your AC tune-up today and ask about their family comfort plan for priority service all year long. Did your AC struggle last summer? Act now and take advantage of 0% financing and rebates up to $2,000 so you can have a worry-free summer. Call 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleys.net today.
Broadleys, the name you know. The service you trust.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm a girl!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Welcome aboard a Monday edition of The Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live videos streaming on the X platform, YouTube, Facebook, at 973 ESPN. Multiple ways to consume the show: radio, app, video. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Ennings producing today's show. You out there. What is happening? Well, Phillies weekend, they beat the White Sox yesterday. They win the series. Well, we got a lot to talk about on this series. Phillies Fastball today at 3:30. New Sixers president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey. He spoke today, and we'll play the highlights for you. Paul Hudrick will join me at 3 o'clock. Mosher with football at 4. Nuggets today. McGarry with the weekend recap and more right here on a Monday edition. So I look back at the weekend for the Phils. They'll play the Blue Jays tonight, the defending American League champions. And it's funny, you look at like expectations, and the Blue Jays won the American League last year. They are the defending American League champions and went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, and they are 2 games under 500. So sometimes the expectations are hard to meet, but it's a long season. And the Blue Jays have gotten their season kind of back under them. They have won a couple games in a row here. And, of course, the Phillies, their season started off horrifically. They're now 5 games over 500. 5 games over 500. Firmly in second place in the National League. Now, they're 9.5 games behind the Braves. But, you know, what happened this weekend with them winning that series, they are now the number 2 team in the wild card. And who would have thought that we'd be talking about potential playoff berth? I know it's only June. It's way early to be talking about the playoffs. But there was a time when they were 9-19, and it felt like, uh-oh. You know, if you remember last year, the Braves got off to a terrible start and just never were able to get back into it. So kudos to the Phillies for kind of steering the ship into the right direction and getting themselves back into where the summer is actually meaningful, because that could have been some ugly stuff with a 9-19 start. You get a 9-19 start. I don't know how many of those teams start 9-19 and then wiggle their way back into playoff contention. I'd like to see what the Braves record was after 28 games to see if, you know, they were never in it last year. I mean, just never got into it. But that being said, Phillies are 9-3 over their last 12 since May 25th. They've scored 9 runs yesterday in the game against the White Sox. It's the most runs they've scored in a game going back to May 15th. Brandon Marsh, we got to talk about Marsh. Listen, Marsh has been a guy that many of us have been very hard on with good reason. He got sent down last year after not getting a hit in the entire month of April. He went 0 for April last year. But since he returned from that demotion, they said it was an injury rehab, but let's be honest. He was bad. They shipped him to AAA. But since he's been back, this guy has been unbelievable. Now, part of the unbelievable nature that was the issue with Marsh was he was a platoon player. He was a part-time player with good reason. He wasn't hitting left-handers at all. He was horrible against lefties. Well, he got off to such a good start this year, and the right-handed hitters that were basically platooning with him, many people said, look, those guys, they're not doing anything either. So finally the Phillies acquiesced, and they said, since those guys aren't hitting, let's just play our best defensive player, who happens to also be our best offensive player right now, Brandon Marsh. Let me just go back to 2025 real quick. Brandon Marsh against lefties last year hit 197. He struck out 32 times in 76 at-bats. That's horrible. 197, 32 strikeouts in 78 at-bats last year against left-handed pitching. Go back to 2024. Against left-handed pitching, he struck out 33 times in 78 at-bats. He hit 192. So you're like, I can't let this guy hit against lefties. Go back to 2023. Struck out 43 times in 96 at-bats. He hit 229. So Brandon Marsh has never hit lefties. This isn't like, hey, why didn't you let him hit lefties? They tried. And every time they tried, he failed. And then this year, out of right field, he's hitting 294 against left-handers. He struck out 18 times in 51 at-bats. He's cut the strikeouts down. He's putting the ball in play, and he's starting to actually be a guy that can show signs of being an everyday player. And we talked about it last year. You have Brandon Marsh in the lineup against lefties. He was an automatic out. Automatic out. Now, all of a sudden, the Phillies have said, all right, we just don't have a better option. And now, again, the sample size is very small. He's only had 51 at-bats. As we talked about in the past, he did have small sample sizes. Let's make sure we stress that. His numbers against lefties in the past were small sample sizes, but they were not good sample sizes, even or not good results in small sample sizes. So even though against lefties in the past, he really struggled, he did so in very small sample sizes. Now he's having success in very small sample size. So we got to let this thing play out, and I think it will. I think the Phillies are going to obviously continue to let him hit against left-handed pitching. It looks like it's at the the playing time of Justin Crawford, who seems to be the guy that is getting bounced against left-handed pitching. And Crawford was the guy that hit lefties in the minor leagues. He is not hitting lefties at the big league level. So we'll see how this thing kind of plays out. But I think you got to give a huge shout out to Brandon Marsh and what he has done. He has taken advantage of the opportunity, and he is running with it right now. But for the Phillies' sake, they better hope that he doesn't hit the back of his baseball card. We hear a lot about, the back of the baseball card, the back of the baseball card. If Brandon Marsh gets to the back of the baseball card, there's a cold streak coming, and it's going to come and hit pretty good. Let's hope that doesn't happen. We're not cheering for that. We're not asking for that. We're just saying he is a career 269 hitter. And part of the reason that he's a 269 hitter is he has been horrible against lefties. When he hits against right-handed pitching, he has been a pretty good hitter throughout his career. I mean, you look at throughout his career against right-handed pitching, he's been a very good hitter. You go back to last year, okay? In 2025, he hit 300 against righties last year. 300. Hit 197 against lefties. He had a 356 on base percentage against righties last year. 287 against lefties. So last year against righties, he's a 300 hitter. In 2024 against righties, he hit 262. Now, 2024 was one of his weakest seasons. He only hit 249 overall. But that's because against righties, he only hit 262. And against lefties, he hit 192. You go back to 2023, against right-handed pitching, he hit 292. So this is a guy hit 300, 292. He can hit. He just hasn't been able to hit lefties. Here's the thing. As we said, this is unbelievable what he's doing right now. And by the way, they've needed him to be unbelievable because Trey Turner's been abysmal. And others in this lineup we know have just not held their end of the bargain. Bohm, Stott, Realmuto, Garcia. All of those guys have really, really, really struggled. So Marsh, what you're seeing from him right now, the Phillies can't afford it to be a mirage. They need it to be real, right? The Phillies need this to be real. And I hope it is. I mean, by all accounts, Marsh is a great dude. And it's unfortunate his struggles so far in his career against left-handed pitching. But, hey, listen, in 51 at-bats so far this year, he's been pretty good. So you ride him out. You ride him out, and you hope that his past struggles against lefties are now behind him. And look, you take a look at a sample size of Brandon Marsh against left-handed pitching, it just has not been good. So I don't know how long this holds up, and I hope it does. If you ask me, do you think at the end of the year we're going to be talking about a guy hitting almost 300 against left-handed pitching? I'd probably be inclined to say no, but hey, guess what? I'll be wrong on this one. I'll take the L on this one if he does. At the end of the year, if he comes back, now he's hitting 338 right now, which is the best batting average in the National League. It might be the best batting average in all of baseball. I don't know if he's got the highest batting average in both leagues, but he does have the highest batting average. Actually, no, he has the highest batting average in all of baseball right now. He jumped up this weekend. He's at 338. And Yandy Diaz from Tampa fell down to third. So Brandon Marsh has the highest batting average of all of baseball. So if you say, hey, do you think Brandon Marsh is a batting champion level hitter? I'd probably say, no, I do not think that. If he proves me wrong, so be it. I don't mind being wrong on this one. Brandon Marsh, to me, probably not a batting champion type of hitter. So far, he has proven everybody to be wrong. If anybody out there thinks that he could hit lefties at this level, you are a freaking liar. You don't know what you're talking about because the sample size has shown that Brandon Marsh could not hit lefties. They've given him opportunities against lefties, and he has not taken advantage of them. So let's not act like, see, we knew we could always hit lefties. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. The sample size says, by the way, his career against left-handed pitching, if you put his career numbers against left-handed pitching together, he has about a season's worth of at-bats, 529. That's about one full season's worth of at-bats. So if you put his full season of all his career lefties, 22, he struck out 200 times. That's the number that you saw that he really struggled. If you had 222, okay, maybe you just have some bad luck. You're on base percent. No, 222. He struck out 200 times in 474 at-bats, 529 plate appearances. So the sample size of a season shows what you're seeing right now from Brandon Marsh. Whew, he is way over his head, and good for him. So I would ask the question, if one Phillies offensive player makes the All-Star game, is it Marsh, is it Schwarber, or is it Harper? Which one do you got? Harper, Schwarber, or Marsh? Which one? Which one? Which one do you got?
If you're making me pick one, it's got to be Schwarber because, one, he's one of baseball's best power hitters. And in a sport like, in today's world, home runs are more attractive and fun than singles. So Schwarber should be the guy if you made me pick one of the three.
Yeah, you're going Schwarber.
Yeah.
You got the batting champion right now.
It doesn't matter. Luis Arias has been in the conversation for the batting championship for the last several years. Nobody knows who he is.
Yeah. Well,
people love home runs. What did Maddox and Glavine say back in the day? Chicks dig the long ball.
Yeah.
In today's world, everyone digs the long ball. You know what? Singles don't get on SportsCenter top 10. 500-foot home runs do.
Yeah. Well, Schwarber right now has the 23 home runs. You've got Harper, who has kind of been steady all over the place. And then you got Marsh, who leads the league in batting average. So you got those three guys on offense. I asked the question. It's our poll question today at Mike Gill Show. You can vote. And a lot of people voting right now. Let's update that poll question. We'll do it at 2:45 today. Phillies over-under for All-Stars, 3.5. These are the candidates. Sanchez, Wheeler, Duran, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. So far, over 200 votes. Over-under for All-Stars, 3.5. That's the vote right now at Mike Gill Show. Go and vote. We'll update it coming up in a half an hour. Also, so I saw this weekend. By the way, Andrew Painter did not pitch well again. And if you were on the Andrew Painter like I was, who thought that he would be a big difference maker, so far you've been disappointed. Now, am I writing him off and saying he stinks? He's a flop? Not necessarily. However, I don't like what I see from him. Fastball straight as an arrow. Doesn't have a shutdown, put away pitch. Gets 2 strikes on these guys. He can't get anything past them. He's trying. Guys are fouling him off. That's frustrating. At 23 years old, am I saying he stinks? No. But so far, he's been disappointing to me. Now, I don't say that means trade him, get rid of him, do all these crazy things. But I will say, you got an ERA in the 6s. Right? You got an ERA in the 6s. How many times more can you keep trotting him out there before you, number one, shoot his confidence, and number two, you start to hurt the team? That every time he pitches, he really can't get through 4 innings. That's a problem.
Listen, I think it was admirable a few games ago when he told the manager, I want to go back out there to pitch one more inning when he was struggling against the Reds. But it's obvious that there's something about his inability to be consistent from inning to inning. And I don't know. What does it take? What does it take for a guy?
Well, his fastball is the problem. He can't throw. He throws a straight fastball. It's got no movement whatsoever.
Sure.
In fact, if you go by the analytics, it's the straightest fastball. I think it's the second straightest fastball in the majors. I don't know who charts that, but there's your analytic number for you. He has the second straightest fastball in all of baseball.
Well, my question to you, Mike, is when you take the fastball part out of it, okay? Because, there are a lot of guys who have had straight fastballs who have found success in Major League Baseball. My question to you is, if a pitcher is having inconsistency from inning to inning, what does that say to you about what because certain innings, he looks great. In other innings, he looks completely
Well, it's obvious that he has really good stuff. The problem is he has trouble commanding his stuff still. And that's an issue. There's a lot of these guys. They're throwers, and they have a lot of trouble commanding. They just throw hard, and it's just something that a lot of these younger pitchers that, Brad Keller's another guy. When I watch him pitch, I have no confidence in his command. He's got no command at all.
He's a waste.
Keller, there's a reason why he's a failed starter. He's a 2-pitch pitcher, so they moved him to the bullpen, and he's got no command of the stuff. He is one of those guys that when they signed him, I was a little apprehensive that they gave him all that money because generally a guy who has one good year, I'm a little, especially one good bullpen year. He's a failed starter that they moved to the bullpen. Yeah, those kind of guys worry me a little bit. And now I'm watching him pitch. He just has no command. His secondary stuff, nothing. He's got no basic feel for pitching. Painter, he seemingly was a guy. Now, that first year after the Tommy John surgery, many times say the last thing that kind of comes back is your command. He pitched a full year last year. So we're hoping that would come back. Now, I don't want to say he's been all over the place, but it's very apparent that he can't get the fastball by people when he needs to. In the minors, swing and miss. They'll swing through that. Not here. And his off-speed stuff right now is not tricking people enough to get enough swing and misses. There's days, like you said, where he does have it. Not all the time.
Right. And I think that's where, so if you're saying that if command is the issue, like getting the consistency from him, then is it something that can you afford to just let him work through it? Because you're kind of teetering, at least my perspective right now, you're teetering on that. is he hurting you versus helping?
Problem is, and we'll talk more about it, Phillies Fastball at 3:30 today, they don't have another option. They literally don't have a guy in their minor league system that they can say, you're coming up. I mean, Alan Rangel is really the only guy they have, and his ERA is near 4 at AAA. So you got a guy who's been mediocre at AAA, and you're going to say, hey, you're going to be the guy that comes up here. They might have to, though. This guy's ERA is in the 6s. Can't keep trotting a guy with an ERA in the 6 out there every single time and expect, like, hey, things are going to get much better here. At what point do you say it's not early anymore? Maybe you're just not ready. We'll see. I have high expectations for him. Maybe those expectations are not going to be met this season, but it has been disappointing to see that he has not been able to command at this stage of the season.
Well, I would say also it's not disappointing for someone like you, but even someone like me who I didn't think he was going to be excellent this year. I thought he was going to be up and down at times, but I thought he was going to be overall a quality pitcher. For even someone like me, I watch him sometimes, especially this weekend, and I'm like, I'm cringing. I'm watching him out there, and you see his body language too, right, Mike? You see how he gets frustrated after the one walk? Like, he's like, oh, come on, and you're thinking, oh no, he's almost like unraveling in front of you.
Well, one area where, he's 1-7 with a 6.21 ERA, his whip is almost 1.6. So that shows you the command's not there, but he's getting hit around. He's giving up hits. He's getting hard. Now, I will say in the game on Saturday, he loads up the bases. He hits a guy, he walks a guy, he's got the bases loaded. The first run scores on a little check swing in betweener that Bohm really only has one play at first base. So they get the out there, but the run scores. Then the same thing on the next run. It's a one little in-between hopper to the shortstop,
right,
where there's only one play at first base. So it wasn't hard hit stuff to score those first 2 runs of the game. But then the guy rips a double down the right field line.
Right.
So yeah, but for the most part, he's been getting hit pretty hard. 609, 403, 0973. We talk about, the difference right now for him. In the minor leagues last year, he had 106 innings. He had 111 strikeouts. He was still able to kind of throw the ball, get past guys, even though he wasn't. I would say last year in AAA, his command was still a major problem for him. But the one big difference is here, he's having troubles. He's having trouble, putting guys away. That's been the one big problem for him.
Right. He'll get an 0-2 count, and
Yeah.
then he's like trying to find the right pitch to finish him off, and he can't either he can't get the ball over the plate that he wants to pitch, or
the big number is there. In the minor leagues last year, he had over a strikeout per inning. Here, he's got 58 innings. He's only got 47 strikeouts.
Yeah.
So that in the minors, where he is able to throw that 98 mile per hour straight fastball by some of these guys, he's not doing that here. And sometimes he could throw that split and they'll chase. Here, they're kind of fouling them off, or some of them are just tailing out of the zone,
right,
and he's not getting them to chase. So you can see that, yes, his command and his frustration is a big problem for him. And it's unfortunate because, again, I thought he'd come up here and have a very big impact right away, and that's unfortunate. And they don't have an option, though. They don't have another guy in the minors unless you say, hey, bring up Rangel and just see what he does and, go down and let him. Because at some point you have to say, keeping this guy's confidence is of more importance.
Yeah, at some point you gotta, find a way to maybe get him back to the minors to just kind of do a little bit of a reset. Yeah, they don't have a better option right now. And if you don't have a better option, you got to find a way to salvage Painter, not just for this year, but long term.
Well, and there's a lot happening here. Aiden Miller being hurt. So that's a prospect right now that's probably not going to help you. Untradeable and pretty much a complete waste of a season for Aiden Miller.
Yep.
Now Painter struggling mightily. Crawford's been okay. I wouldn't say he's been great by any stretch, but so your top 3 prospects that you were hoping could help out this team maybe this year, you're not getting much from. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're just kicking off a Monday show, Game 3 of the NBA Finals. How did they not have a game on last night? Sunday night. No game? Whew, rough. Game 3 tonight, though, 97.3 ESPN. The coverage starts at 7:30. This hour of the show brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
Listen, if you get injured, car accident, slip and fall at work, you don't want to have an Andrew Painter type of lawyer going into court for you, someone who has a boomer bust potential. No, you need tough lawyers who can handle the tough cases. Let's be realistic. Mike, I saw a lot of car accidents this weekend in South Jersey, and I was only hoping those people will call the law office of Craig A. Altman at 856-327-8899, because if they didn't, they're going to be taken advantage of by those insurance companies. Don't go with a lawyer that you saw on television. It's not even in New Jersey. Go with the law offices that are on Delsey Drive in Violent, 856-327-8899, or get your free consultation right now at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
All right, coming up, by the way, text messages with Painter's 6.21 ERA and 1-7 record. I kind of miss Taijuan Walker. That's on the text board. I don't know if we're there yet. Are we there yet? I also got a question for people out there. Have you ever been to a baseball game and caught a foul ball? And if you did, do you remember who hit the foul ball? I got a story about that. Plus, what happened this weekend at the Phillies game made me think of this question. That's coming up on the Sports Bash Live. Mike McGarry on the way, the poll question. Plus, we'll hear from Paul Hudrick at 3 o'clock today on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The countdown to summer is on, and Broadleys is ready to help keep you cool. Schedule your AC tune-up today and ask about their family comfort plan for priority service all year long. Did your AC struggle last summer? Act now and take advantage of 0% financing and rebates up to $2,000 so you can have a worry-free summer. Call 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleys.net today.
Broadleys, the name you know, the service you trust.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Planning your child's birthday party? Storybook Land offers the most magical birthdays in South Jersey, offering a package for 30 guests, great food, and your party set up and cleaned up by our party professionals, all under our festive birthday cake pavilion. You also get all day to ride and play in the park with your guests. Spaces are limited, so book your party today.
Create your own story at Storybook Land.
Give your child a birthday they'll never forget with Storybook Land.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chef. This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Go for the pulls, the putts, the payouts, and the poses. Go for the fun times and the tan lines. Go for the savory. Stay for the sweet. Celebrate the red, white, and blue. An experience in Atlantic City you never do. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Book your trip at theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss,
you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The biggest heavyweight clash in South Jersey boxing history is at Tropicana Atlantic City Showroom on Saturday, June 13th, when undefeated Holy Spirit High School graduate Josh Popper takes on undefeated Absegami High School graduate Bruce Sullivan Jr., plus South Jersey Super Welterweight Damian Tenorello and Pleasantville Super Lightweight Julio Sanchez III are both back in action inside Tropicana Atlantic City Showroom. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com for this can't-miss boxing event, Saturday, June 13th, Sullivan Jr. versus Popper, presented by Boxing Insider Promotions.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
When adventure is calling, turn to the experts at White Horse RV Center. For over 50 years, families and adventurers have trusted White Horse RV to find industry top brands and the floor plans that fit every lifestyle. From travel trailers with bunk beds and outside kitchens to motorhomes and destination trailers. Whether you're hitting the open road or planning a local campground getaway, it's about experience, selection, and people who care. See why generations have answered the call with White Horse RV Center, because your RV adventure starts here.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN 3.
232. You ever catch a foul ball at a baseball game? And if so, do you know who hit it? We had this discussion years ago. My old co-host, Todd Rank, said he caught a foul ball at a baseball game. He didn't know who hit it, though. Like, if somebody caught a foul ball at a baseball game, what's the first question you ask? Who hit it, right? Oh, the guy, so-and-so hit it. He didn't know who hit it, and I was perplexed. So the other day, if you're watching the Phillies game, guy hits the foul ball, and it hits the guy with the food, and he drops all his food. Here's my question. If the foul ball hitting the guy's food wasn't caught on TV, would the Phillies have reimbursed him with the meal? Because that's got to be like $50. And the foul ball hits your food and you drop all the food. Now you're out $50. Now the Phillies reimbursed them. They brought him 2 boxes of Manco and Manco pizza. And I think a new shirt, because I think he got his shirt ruined. Let us know on the text board. The White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's here as the Phils win another weekend. 35-30, Mike. The team's been playing much better, 9-3 over their last 12. They are firmly now at least a playoff team. So, man, they have really changed some things around since that 9-19 start.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if I was going to assess where I think the Phillies stand right now, I would say cautiously optimistic. I think there's a lot to feel good about, and there's a lot to worry about. But, cautiously optimistic right now is how I feel about these Phillies.
What are some of the things you are optimistic about? What are some of the positives that have kind of turned around? Let me start with this one. Brandon Marsh, okay? I'm going to get your take on this. What do I make of Marsh? He has been horrendous lifetime against left-handed pitchers. He has about 1 full season of at-bats against lefties in his career. He hits about 200. He has struck out 200 times in about 475 at-bats Am I supposed to believe that he has figured this out and is now an everyday player? And not only an everyday player, an all-star level NBA everyday player?
Yeah, to me, I mean, it's hard to ignore the reality of what he's done. Both, you look at his numbers and you look at the sight test, and he has appeared to have made a jump this season. One of the things that struck me about Brandon Marsh was something Don Mattingly said about Marsh when Mattingly first got the job. And Mattingly said that when he was down in Miami with the Marlins wanted to trade for this guy. So, I think Marsh is a talented athlete. I think a lot of teams like what he has, what he offers. And I think he is an everyday player. I would still sit him against a tough lefty. If you're facing Chris Sale, I might, give him a day off that day. But, it's hard to argue with what he's done this season. He's playing great defense out in left field, home runs in 3 straight games. Yeah, he's one of the reasons I'm optimistic or cautiously optimistic about the Phillies.
Yeah, Marsh, 3 straight games with a home run after 5 home runs in 57 games before that 3 home run streak. He is all of a sudden, kind of filtered into that 4 hole. It's funny, though, because he hits 4th against right-handed pitching, and then against lefties, they kind of move him back down the lineup here. So it still feels like maybe they're not 100% there with him yet. We shall see. But if Brandon Marsh is one of your top 3 hitters, what kind of offense do you have?
Well, you have a pretty good offense, but not a great offense. I would prefer if Brandon Marsh was, the 4th best hitter in my lineup or the 5th best hitter in my lineup. And that's where I think when you talk about what the Phillies still need at the trade deadline, to me, the right-handed bat. But, I'm not totally comfortable with Brandon Marsh in the cleanup spot. I'd rather see him, to me, he's more of a guy who hits maybe 2nd in the order or 5th in the order or maybe 6th in the order. So I don't know if he's a prototypical cleanup hitter, but, you could do worse than have Brandon Marsh in your lineup. And look, he's batting 340. Is it for real? Time will tell.
We lose you, Mike. You there? I don't know what happened to him. See if you can pull him. He just vanished all of a sudden there. But, time will tell. Again, the Phillies have needed this version of Brandon Marsh. So good thing that he has had this unbelievable start. And look, I hope he continues this all the way through and he becomes the guy that you can really, really count on, because there's some other guys in this lineup that you're starting to have some problems with, and it doesn't seem like they are going away. One of the other guys I want to talk to Mike about on the positive side, we just talked about Brandon Marsh, but on the negative side, what are we making of Trey Turner as we get to the month of June here?
Well, Trey Turner is my number one concern right now. And I think yesterday's game showed you the dilemma with Trey Turner. He leads off in that first inning. He gets the double. And you say to yourself, okay, maybe Trey Turner's going to have himself a day. His next 2 at-bats were absolutely horrendous. I mean, swinging at balls in the other batter's box. He looked terrible on the other 2 at-bats. And then he hits the ball hard to center field in his last at-bats. But he's my number one concern, because for the Phillies to achieve what they want to achieve, they're going to need the Trey Turner of last season. And he is a guy right now that is not performing up to his capability. And he is my number one concern right now with the Phillies.
All right. I think a lot of people looking at Turner wondering whether he can get off the ground here. 229, 280 on base percentage. I think those 61 strikeouts for him, that's a big number for a guy hitting at the top of the order as a speed guy, not so much a power guy like Schwarber and or Harper. And then you look at the other guys. What am I supposed to make of Alec Bohm now? The start that he got off with horrendous. He's up to 224, but I mean, realistically, can you keep rocking with Alec Bohm hitting in the middle of your lineup and expect to sell me?
Yeah. Again, Mike, he's a guy I want to see down in the order, but if he is going to hit 250, 260, 270 this season, and he's at 224 right now, he's going to have to get really hot, and he's obviously going to be a big performer. So again, I think you're with Alec Bohm. There is nobody else to replace him. Aiden Miller is probably out for the season. Nobody's going to push Bohm unless they make a trade at the deadline. I think you're just going to have to live with Alec Bohm going forward, and you can live with the Alec Bohm that you got yesterday. Again, I think it's maybe time we all let go of the idea that Bohm is going to be a guy who hits 25 or 30 home runs. He's more like the guy who hits the double down the right field line to the opposite field. That's who Alec Bohm is in that at-bat yesterday. That's the guy we're going to see. And if that guy hitting 6th, 7th in your lineup, you can win with that. So, again, it means getting another hitter in here and bumping some guys down in the order.
Let's go to the pitching side of things. Do the Phillies, in your opinion, have a Painter problem? I saw that the Angels have actually Taijuan Walker has asked for his release from the Angels. I had a guy text in that Painter's starting to make him miss Taijuan Walker. Do the Phillies have a Painter problem?
Well, they do and they don't, right? Here's the way I look at it, Mike. Right now, they want Painter to be the 5th or 4th starter in that rotation. So to do that, what would you accept from your 4th or 5th starter? I would accept a start from a guy. He keeps the team in the game, gives up 3 runs, maybe 4 runs in 6 innings, and gives a team a chance to win. Do I think Andrew Painter can do that the rest of the season? I think he's going to get an opportunity. I think starts like he had on Saturday where he gives up a lot of runs in the first inning are unacceptable, but he does hang in there and ends up going 4 innings. So I think you can survive with Painter as your number 4 and 5 as your 4th or 5th starter. Where you have a problem with Painter is Painter's not projected to be the 4th or 5th starter. He's not projected to be a guy who gives up 4 runs in 6 innings and you shake his hand and you tell him good job. He's projected to be a top of the rotation type of guy, and he has not shown that sort of ability not only this season in the big leagues, but he didn't really show it last year at AAA. So for the 2026 Phillies, can you get by with Painter as your 5th or 4th starter? Yes. Where we have a problem with Painter is he's projected to be a top of the rotation guy, and so far he looks like anything but a top of the rotation guy.
Yeah, you got Painter 6.21 ERA. You've got Nola a 5.86 ERA, and you got Luzardo, by the way, a 4.56 ERA. So you got 3 guys that you really don't know what you're going to get every time they go out there.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Nola, and look again. Yesterday is kind of, I think, what we have to sort of accept from Nola. He goes 4 1/3, 4 2/3, whatever it was. He leaves the game with the Phillies down a run, 5-4. Okay, he did his job. He kept them in the game. I think that's what you're looking for from Aaron Nola. Now, that's hard to accept because we're all used to seeing the Aaron Nola who was an ace of the staff or a number 2 guy, and occasionally we get glimpses of that. But overall, when Nola goes to the mound, when he leaves the game, you ask yourself a question. Do the Phillies still have a chance to win this game? If the answer is yes, that's a successful start for Aaron Nola, and that's what happened yesterday. To me, Jesus Luzardo is one of the keys to this entire season. He's the swing guy in this rotation, right? Is he going to be more like Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler, or is he going to be more like Painter and Nola? If he swings towards the top of that rotation, then I think you got something. But to me, for a team that's kind of built on pitching and pitching is going to carry it, to me, the key guy, is just like, to me, the key guy on offense is Turner. To me, the key guy in the pitching staff is Luzardo. Who is Luzardo going to be? Is he going to be more like Sanchez and Wheeler, or is he going to be more like Painter and Nola? If it's like Painter and Nola, the Phillies are in trouble. If it's like Wheeler and Sanchez, again, reason I'm cautiously optimistic, I think Luzardo is going to swing towards the top of that rotation and not the bottom of it.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Phils take on the Blue Jays tonight. And, of course, the Knicks will be playing as well. They come home up 2-0. What is going on? Is this series over?
Well, it's never over until it's over. But, it's trending in a positive direction for the Knicks. Mike, I thought going into the series that the Knicks were just better than the Spurs at 4 of the 5 starting spots. I thought Wemby held the edge on Cat. but Cat has really outplayed Wemby in games 1 and 2. You would expect the Spurs to come with desperation tonight at Madison Square Garden, because obviously if they don't win tonight, it's really over. So, look for the Knicks to sort of try to, weather the Spurs storm early, and then we'll see where we are. But I would expect, I don't think the Spurs are going to go, lose by 20 points tonight. I would expect a spirited effort from the San Antonio Spurs tonight.
Knicks head home. They lead 2-0, 2 wins away from their first title in 53 years. It will be the longest gap between championships in NBA history if the Knicks win this title, and it could be pandemonium in the streets of New York if they win this game tonight. And, of course, you can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Mike, enjoy the game tonight, man.
Will do. Same back to you, and we'll see you down the road.
The Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, at AC Press McGarry. Yeah, it's going to be nuts if they win this game tonight. And I picked the Knicks to win the series before the series started, and I'm not changing my mind on that now. I don't think it's over, but tonight should be very interesting. If the Knicks win this game tonight, it's over. I would think that there's no shot. The Knicks have not lost since Rob Thompson was the manager of the Phillies. The last time the Knicks lost a game. Rob Thompson was still managing the Phillies. That's the last time the Knicks lost to the Atlanta Hawks. All right, when we come back, how many Phillies All-Stars? Over, under 3.5 at Mike Gill Show. Get up there and vote right now. We'll reveal the first votes coming in at Mike Gill Show. Over, under 3.5 All-Stars. The candidates Sanchez, Wheeler, Duran, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. Over, under 3.5. Who you got? Let us know at Mike Gill Show or on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973.
The NBA Finals on ESPN Radio. The New York Knicks strike again. Now, the series shifts to Madison Square Garden, where the Spurs face a critical Game 3.
We're going to go into Game 3, and if we play our brand of basketball up to our standard, we'll be just fine.
Coverage begins today at 7:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to the NBA Finals. Knicks, Spurs, Game 3 tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
Getting ready to hit the water? Stop by Hands 2 Bait and Tackle, located just before the Cape May Bridge. Hands 2 Bait and Tackle is your one-stop shop for fishing and crabbing. From fresh bait like clams, bunker, and minnows to rods, reels, and apparel, they've got everything you need. Not sure what's biting? The Hands 2 crew will point you in the right direction with the latest local reports and expert advice. Whether you're chasing stripers or crabbing with the family, stop in or call 609-884-BAIT, B-A-I-T.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. You've seen it on Facebook. Now see it for yourself at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Customers are raving about the no-pressure experience and great deals on new and quality pre-owned SUVs, sedans, and trucks, all priced to move. It's car buying the way it should be. Easy, honest, and built around you. Plus, their expert service team is there long after the sale to keep you on the road. Stop scrolling, start driving. Bridgeton Auto Mall. Sales, service, satisfaction. 808 North Pearl Street, Bridgeton, or drivebam.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Bet every game like a Caesar and earn perks on every bet. Hotel stays, bonus bets, game tickets, all in one app. Download the app with promo code RADIODYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bet. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. Max bet of $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Town Square Media has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible offers from some fantastic local businesses. Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. Get one $50 gift card for just $25 to Kingpin, known as one of the top bowling centers in the Atlantic City area. Guests can enjoy bowling, arcade games, pool tables, and a full-service grill and bar all in one place. That's a $50 gift card for just $25 to Kingpin. Get this great deal starting this Friday at seizethedeal.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, Phillies over under All-Stars 3.5. These are the candidates: Sanchez, Wheeler, Duran, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. How many you got over under 3.5? Josh, what's the voting right now? Did you vote on this one for the over under?
Yeah, as soon as I heard about it here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, I went and voted in the poll.
Okay, so what was your vote? Over, under, 3.5 All-Stars?
I mean, it's got to be over.
You're going over. Who do you got? You're saying 4. I listed 6. Who's in? Who's out?
So of your 6, I would think it would be Sanchez, Duran, Schwarber, and then either Harper or Marsh. I'm not 100% sure which it would be of those two.
Yeah, sometimes it's not who's having the better year. It's who's more popular, who gets more votes. I would think that Harper is more well-known through other teams voting. Now, if you look at the first baseman, though, this year, Harper's kind of in the middle of the pack.
Right. He's not the best. He's not the worst. And then with first base, there's really only 3 guys who make the team at first. You could have like 9, 10 outfielders make an all-star team.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, too, one guy from every team has to make it. So right now, the best player on the Cardinals is a first baseman. The best player on the Pirates is a first baseman, possibly. I'm just saying, like, those are 2 of the better players right now. So you're up against that. Colorado, their first baseman's having a pretty good year. What's his name? Rumfeld. So you've got situations where, you know, if you're kind of bumped out by the fact that, well, the Pirates need a guy, or the Pirates are having a pretty good year, and you know Skeens is going to make it.
Skeens is going to make it, and Cruz is probably going to make it.
So you got that. So you would think that bangs out the Pirates, but, you know, you got to keep that in mind, that it just because Brandon Marsh is having a better year, he might not be as popular as Bryce Harper
but
is.
I can see him
outfield.
But I can see him getting player or manager votes. You know,
he might be a reserve.
You didn't say whether they started or reserve.
I know that, I'm saying, but if you're talking about getting voted in as a starter, Harper probably has a better shot.
He has a better shot, but I'm not looking at it in terms of who's getting voted. I'm looking in terms of how the roster is constructed.
Yeah, you got to also keep in mind, one player from every team. So you got to look at, you know, outfield, like San Francisco. One of their better players is an outfielder. So if they only get one, Is it an outfielder?
Again, I go back to the mathematics. It's the math of there's more outfielders in an all-star team than there's first basemen. There's 3 first basemen. There's probably 9 outfielders.
Right now, over 230 votes are in the early portion. Just Cumberland County, Salem County. 88% say over.
Smart people.
88% think that at least 4 Phillies are going to make it. Sanchez, Wheeler, Duran, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. Those are the 6 candidates, and really the only 6. I don't even think there's another candidate that is even on the fringe. And Wheeler, I would think, is maybe a little fringy because he missed a lot of time. Duran also missed some time as well. So maybe Sanchez is the only one that gets in there. We'll have the conversation a little bit later on. We'll update the poll question. But when we come back, Mike Gansey, the new president of basketball operations, was asked if the team is still committed to Joel Embiid. His answer coming up next.
It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final on Sports USA, and we head to Vegas as the Golden Knights face off against the Carolina Hurricanes. The Knights with Marner and Hurdle can strike at any time. He scored! The Canes can hear the noise and be all Eilers. It's the Stanley Cup Final, Game 4, tomorrow on your home for the Stanley Cup Final, Sports USA.
Listen to the Stanley Cup Final. Game 4, Hurricane Golden Knights. Tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
Why keep searching? Your next vehicle is waiting at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Right now, take advantage of big savings on a huge selection of new and quality pre-owned SUVs, sedans, and trucks, all priced to move. At Bridgeton Auto Mall, there's no pressure, just a team that treats you like family and helps you find the right vehicle at the right price. And don't forget, our expert service department is here to keep your car running like new. Don't wait. Drive to Bridgeton Auto Mall today. Sales, service, satisfaction. 808 North Pearl Street, Bridgeton, or drivebam.com.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Fishing season's here. Get everything you need at the Bait and Tackle Shop at Utch's Marina in historic Cape May. Come to Utch's for a huge selection of spinning and conventional rods and combos for the boat or the surf, with top brands available like Penn, Tsunami, Ocean Max, Shimano, and more. Utch's Marina has all your fishing needs. Live bait, frozen bait, rods, reels, and lures too. Prepare for your next fishing experience. Come see us today at the Bait and Tackle Shop at Utch's Marina, located at the foot of the bridge in Cape May.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
We're bringing the golden age of rock's greatest decades back to life this summer, only at Ocean Casino Resort. Come see the award-winning Magical Mystery Tours with weekly shows on Thursdays. This unique experience offers all things: the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, and the Doors, and experience Boathouse Row, a yacht rock experience. Sailing straight into nostalgia on Sundays. Enjoy the silky smooth sounds of late 70s and early 80s soft rock. Don't miss these amazing shows at Ocean. Go to oceanac.com to get your tickets today. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to injuries, you can't afford to get it wrong. Insurance companies, they delay, deny, and pay as little as possible. Who's on your side? The law offices of Greg A. Altman. Car accidents, slip and falls, serious workplace injuries. They build cases to put real pressure on the other side. And you pay nothing unless they win. Don't guess. Don't wing it. Call 856-327-8899 or visit GregAltmanLaw.com. Local office in Vineland, backed by a Philly firm that knows how to win.
For over 135 years, First Bank of Sea Isle City has proudly served Cape May County with a commitment to maintaining a hometown feel. We provide secure, convenient deposit and loan products every day. We're more than just a bank. We're a trusted community partner, offering personalized banking solutions that make life easier for local families of all ages. First Bank of Sea Isle City. Look for our lighthouse in your neighborhood and discover what makes us different.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Automotive Avenues is ready to get you into a new ride. Your family-owned pre-owned dealership now has a location in Sewell. They bring the power of wholesale to the public, and they buy cars too, making it easy to trade in or sell your vehicle. Financing is simple. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit, you're still approved. See why Automotive Avenues has won Consumer Satisfaction Awards for the last 9 years. The deals are heating up at Automotive Avenues of Sewell on Delty Drive, or browse their expanded inventory now at automotiveavenuesnj.com. That's automotiveavenuesnj.com.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
You know, they got swept in the second round, so it's not a championship caliber team right now, but we're going to work on that. Obviously, getting the big four together on the floor. But you know, we're going to do everything we can to bring players in here that fit and that obviously can help. And you know, we got a great staff here, and we're going to do everything we can to get the best players in here to help us get to the mountaintop.
That was Mike Gansey earlier today, had his introductory press conference, the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. He didn't sugarcoat it. He said, no, we got swept in the second round. This is not a championship team. But he did have a lot of interesting things to say. I thought he was very candid throughout the about 25-minute press conference today. Mike Gansey, a WVU alum, right? He made some reference to a lot of WVU guys here with him. And, of course, the 76ers now turn things over to Mike Gansey. Or do they? How much power does Mike Gansey have? Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, he was there today. Let's get his take on what he heard from Gansey. We just played the bite before you jumped on, Paul, of him basically saying this team got swept last year. So he is not sugarcoating that, hey, this is a championship team. They got Joel Embiid and Paul George. You know, what was the main takeaway of really him kind of admitting that this team is not where a lot of past people said, hey, we got Joel, we've got Paul, we're good enough. He didn't seem to think that.
Well, that's just facing reality, right? I mean, and I think that's a good place to start, is to not look, you're taking over a job in Philadelphia. These fans are a lot of things. They're not dumb. Like they're not gonna let you sit there and gaslight them and tell them this is a championship level team when we all saw what we saw and we all see what the roster is and the situation is. So I thought that was him just more or less, you know, not trying to condescend and not trying to act like he had all the answers. And I think too, Mike, like my biggest takeaway in general is just, man, this all felt like just, and look, not to slight Daryl Morey, but this all felt like a very big correction on what that regime did, what they were like. And I think this is going to be very different in a lot of aspects.
Yeah, more of like a shift in the culture, right? Like more down to earth guys that are relatable. I would say like Daryl Morey, whether you liked him or not, I didn't hate Daryl. I thought he did a good job, not a great job, but he was just not a relatable guy. And I have a hard time thinking that the players found him to be relatable.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this happens with a lot of, and because Daryl Morey is very smart. That is an undeniable fact. He's a very smart person. There's a reason why he is held up in the regard he is, and everything with the MIT Sloan analytics conference, like that, he was the godfather of that stuff. So like a very smart guy. And I do think sometimes with very smart people, there is a hubris to that, right? Like you always believe you're the smartest guy in the room, because in a lot of rooms Daryl Morey walked into, he was. So I think it even goes from Bob Myers. I think when Bob Myers talked, you heard a lot of humility when he spoke. He talked about, well, I'm not the greatest at this thing or that thing, so I'm going to hire people who I know are great at this. And I think Gansey has a little bit of that as well of, look, I don't have all the answers on day one. I don't know how to make this team a championship contender right this second, but, I'm going to try, and I'm going to work with the people I have. We have a lot of really good people who, this organization has drafted very well. That's the next thing on our kind of docket here. And then after that, it's free agency. And what can we do with the minimum contracts and with the exception? So I think some people might have viewed it as evasive. I viewed it more as like, I just got here. I still don't even I don't even have, probably haven't even been in my office yet. I still have to, really talk to the star players and get their takes, talk to the coaching staff, talk to the other front office people to really get a whole picture of what I believe this organization needs. And then obviously just the interpersonal part, right? Like he's all about building relationships, the whole, I want fountains, not drains. Like that's not something you would hear a guy like Daryl Morey say. So I just think it's definitely a stark departure from that.
What was your takeaway? He seemed to not give a concrete answer with Embiid. He just kind of indicated, well, Joel's here. He's our guy. But didn't seem to be all overly excited about that being their guy.
Yeah, I mean, even I don't think he really talked about anyone necessarily like super glowingly, like he certainly talked about Tyrese and VJ Edgecombe as well, but I didn't necessarily get a vibe that I think if anything, it speaks to more him trying to not say too much. Cause I look at it like this too, Mike, like he has a very big advantage in that nobody really knows what his plan is for this team. Nobody knows. He doesn't have any tendencies because he just got this job. So all of those things to me are an advantage. So why ruin it by sounding too, if you sound too much like, oh yeah, I'm all in on Joel Embiid, that could lead to one thing. If you sound too negative, you just don't want to give any hints. And I think that's the one thing, if I'm going to take like a positive from him, he seems to keep things close to the chest, which I get is going to annoy us types and it's going to annoy fans. But if it leads to him building a good team and that, that strategy working, I think people will be okay with it. I mean, look, the Knicks GM hasn't spoken since like his introductory press conference. So like, it's not that you need to be this forward-facing guy who gives up all these details. So like, yeah, I took it as more, and he kept saying it like we have four guys. Like, and the reality is they do. They have Joel Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe. I think everything else is on the table. That was the message I got, Mike, was these are our four guys. They are under contract. They're not going anywhere because the reality, the two guys, you're not trading Maxey and Edgecombe, and George and Embiid are like impossible to trade. So like those are the guys, and now we need to figure out how to fit everything else around them. And I think everything's on the table.
Yeah, and we're talking with Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers. You talk about those four guys, but I think it was Bob Myers who said, we don't have an identity. So you got those four guys and still don't have an identity. So how do you establish that with the four guys that seemingly are coming back?
Well, as Myers also said in that response, like they got to play those four. And that's the bottom line. It's like those four, if you want to have success right now, those four guys have to play basketball and they have to play together and they have to play at a high level. And look, I think Maxey, we've seen it every year. The guy gets better. VJ Edgecombe, the way he works, the way he was as a rookie, he's going to get better. So the big question is, without there's no offseason surgeries for Joel Embiid and Paul George, how are they going to look from day one? How many games are they going to be able to play? And then on top of it, something I thought was interesting, Myers specifically said the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, which is a pretty big chunk of change. And to be clear too, you don't have to use that on one player. You can use that on multiple players. So I think it goes back to what Gansey was talking about too, with that culture. Like you have 4 stars, right? Like, or whatever, however you want to shape it. You have 4 very good players. Now you need to find you need to find shooting. You need to find guys who are going to rebound. You need to find guys who are going to do the dirty work and the little things to play around those stars. You need to find your Josh Hart types. Like you need to find those type of guys to fill out the rest of the roster. And you have, limited resources to do it. But that's the position they're in. They're as Myers admitted to, they're a top heavy team. There's not much you're going to be able to do about it, at least this offseason, I don't think. So you just do the best you can with what you have and try to make the team as competitive as possible.
All right. So do you get the sense, we talk about the culture kind of changing, it feels like, that Joel will be handled differently?
Well, I'll say this. Jameer
I
Nelson,
did hear it. Somebody asked the question about him playing back-to-backs, or, that's something that hasn't been done. Like, I don't know how much Morey had a hand in that. And maybe now Myers and Gansey say, hey, Joel, if you feel like you could play, we're not going to restrict you. Like, I got to the point of last year where I said, listen, I only want to see Joel traded just so I see how another organization handles them. Like, now we almost have a new organization with Bob Myers and Mike Gansey coming into play here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still going to be largely just based on, his work, Joel's work with Dr. Glashow, on how, his knee feels. I mean, right now, he said it when the season ended. His knees feel great. So that's the hurdle. Because, look, what happened at the end of the season, Mike, he had an appendectomy. Bad luck, right? And the injuries that he suffered in the playoffs were a direct result of the appendectomy and his body just not being ready for playoff level basketball, less than 3 weeks out from an appendectomy. So I think there are signs you could point to think positively, but at the same time, you haven't seen it. The reality is he has not played, and he has not played in enough games. So I think they're going to stick the course with what they've done, because I just don't think there's a better solution at the moment. I will say, I think, I'm not shedding any light or breaking any news to say that it by the end, Daryl Morey and Joel Embiid were not on the greatest of terms. That's the reality. And I think, again, when you talk about a Mike Gansey, a guy who, played at West Virginia, a guy who played overseas, who played in the developmental leagues, who's got however many years now, 15 years being in Cleveland and being around that team. He's got a resume that I think a guy like Joel Embiid would respect. And I think Gansey is going to go out of his way to build that rapport and build that relationship. And then on top of it, Mike, you just elevated Jameer Nelson, and we just saw in that Embiid feature that was written last offseason, those two have formed a real bond. And now you see Jameer Nelson getting elevated. So now Joel Embiid has a serious advocate for him in the front office. So I think all of these things are leading to, from a health perspective, I don't know that they'll treat him any differently, but I'll say that I think it's pretty clear that they want, not even just with Joel, they want to have a better rapport and communication, level with their players than the previous front office did.
We're talking with Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers. Mike Gansey spoke today, and how much power does Mike Gansey have? Did you get the sense that this is Gansey's show, or do we still feel, or I don't know if we still feel is the right word, do we feel that Bob Myers is the ultimate decision maker here?
I think who knows for sure until we all see how everything plays out. But I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty, Gansey is going to come up. He's going to be the guy working the phones. He's going to be the guy making the deals. And I view more Myers as sort of an extent. And I think Gansey even said this, Bob is more of an extension of ownership and Josh Harris. So maybe this leads to Josh Harris not having as big a say and more, basically any basketball stuff that comes up, Bob Myers is going to be the guy who kind of gives the final okay on it. So we saw the Jared McCain trade and all that kind of stuff. So I think it'll still be Gansey who is saying hey, I think this is the guy we should draft. And I think in most cases, Bob Myers is going to say, okay, I hired you, make that decision. Maybe in some like extreme circumstances, Bob Myers might be able to overrule him. But again, I view that less as Bob Myers running a team and more as Bob Myers being Josh Harris's kind of extension arm for the Sixers.
So if fans are supposed to say, all right, why Mike Gansey? What stands out about him? What are some of the things that, would be why he was the guy for this job?
I think, Mike, like when we look back, honestly, I think we can all say this, and it's not even just me as someone who's covered the team for a long time. You can see it from the outside. Something's just been like off, right? Like there's just been weird turnovers, weird holdouts, all this kind of awkward stuff that like, whether it's, all the entire James Harden thing, all the Ben Simmons stuff, even the Quentin Grimes situation last, like just a lot of weird festering things that I think there was like a culture problem. Like I there's no other way to put it. I really think that there was something that stunk there. And I think that's what Gansey is trying to build. Like he's trying to build a like, he wants everyone aligned. He wants everyone to have their say. He wants that line of communication to be open. He said him and Nick Nurse are going to be attached at the hip. Like I think that's what it is. I think for Daryl Morey, for as smart as he is, for as gifted as he is, for how he knows how to manipulate things and all that kind of stuff, that interpersonal relationship aspect is the thing that Mike Gansey probably has on him. And I think that's because Gansey played in the league. Gansey's been kind of behind the scenes and had to do this for all these years. So I think that's where it comes from. I think it's just building a better environment, building a better culture for the front office on down, through the players, through the coaches, and everyone.
You mentioned the non-tax payer mid-level exception. For the listeners out there who are not really sure what that means, kind of tell people why that is significant of a way for them to try to improve a team that doesn't have a lot of avenues for improvement.
Right. So the Sixers are over the cap, but they're not over the tax line. So if you're under the tax line, you have something called the non-taxpayer mid-level exception available to you. It's around $15 million, and any of those players don't count against your cap, but they count against your tax sheet, whatever. So if you didn't have that, you would get the taxpayer mid-level exception, and that would be around $5 million. So you're getting like $10 million extra dollars. So this might be the first time that they're under the tax and actually get a benefit from it, Mike. This might be the time it actually happens. And again, you don't have to go out and spend that $15 million on one player. You can divvy that. You can get $5 million players, two $7.5 million, however you want to shake it out. Or in a trade, you can use it as well to take back salary. So I just think with where the Sixers are, like we talked about, being so top heavy with those 4 contracts, they have 1 draft pick, which they got to nail at pick 22. You don't have a ton of avenues to improve. And they have draft picks, future draft picks, they have future second round picks, so they can make trades as well. But that $15 million could be huge when you're talking about a team that needs that depth. $7.5 million is no joke. Like that's a decent chunk of change. And with where we're kind of seeing free agency go, that could be a really big advantage for them. Like they could look, it didn't work out with Caleb Martin, but a guy like a Caleb Martin, like when no one expected him to be available for the number he was available at. So maybe
Can you get DeSomo for that much money?
I mean, look, probably not. That guy's so good. And I think Minnesota is probably going to do everything they can to bring him back, and they're going to have his bird rights and all that. The Sixers will have Kelly Oubre and Quentin Grimes bird rights. Whether or not they want them back, we'll see about that. But no, I just think that, the non-taxpayer mid-level exception is just going to open up a lot more stuff. And it's going to open up the pool of players they can bring on. And if they can get to, and they got to nail it, right? Like that's the big thing is like, they have it, they got to make the most of it. And they got to get guys who can be those depth pieces that can, again, just fill in the gaps around the 4-star guys.
Well, that's the hard part. I mean, we just talked about they don't have a lot of avenues for improvement. And the avenues you do have are, hey, let's bring back Kelly Oubre and or Quentin Grimes. and you're like, oof, geez, that's my only way to really improve is to bring back the guys I have. But the question would be, if you let those guys walk, you're in a really bad way, right? I mean, that would be they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there.
I've seen the one thing I've seen people suggest is like maybe they just bring both guys back so they have kind of tradable contracts because they don't have that right now, the Sixers. So if you bring both those guys back and maybe they're, it's not the greatest fit or whatever, then maybe you look to move on with them. But I would say this too, like, I don't know. I Mike, personally, I don't know this. I don't have like inside information on it, but I would be pretty surprised if Quentin Grimes is back. Especially when you hear when you hear Mike Gansey talk about, guys that want to be in Philadelphia. I don't know that Quentin Grimes wants to be in Philadelphia.
It's almost like the Grimes thing. He will always be like, you picked, it's like, Jimmy Butler, Tobias Harris over me. It's like, Jared McCain over me. Like, it's almost like you have to like move on from that whole situation, right?
Well, there's that. And it's just, and let's be honest about, like, he wasn't very good. I'm sorry. Like, he just wasn't very good in the playoffs. And that you needed him to be good.
Wasn't that part of the background of like, hey, we kind of favored this guy over that guy, so we felt that guy was tradable?
Well, what's funny is, Mike, I vividly remember there was a very smart reporter who asked Daryl Morey at that press conference if this meant that he was looking to retain Quentin Grimes on a longer term deal. And he said, yes, that he fits great with our current guards, and we're happy with our depth, and so much for all of those things. Because I mean, look,
hold on, let me get Campaign on the phone while you're asking me.
Like, I don't want to bury Quentin Grimes. Like, nice enough guy, and I'm sure, like, he's an NBA player, he's gonna find a new home. But like, it just seemed clear something was like he just didn't play well. Like, he just did not play well in the playoffs. He had plenty of opportunities. He had moments where he could have, like, they really could have used him stepping up to take some of the burden off of Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, but he never delivered. And that's the bottom line. So I think you need guys who are, like I talked about, you need, Josh Hart is like 1 in a million, but you need guys like that. You just need guys who are going to come in here, be willing to play off of stars and just want to win and kind of fill in those gaps. And I just don't think Quentin Grimes is one of those kind of guys.
Yeah, I would agree. By the way, the signature move during the Gansey era. Now for people out there, he was kind of the Elton Brand to Kobe Altman being the Daryl Morey there. So I don't know that you say, man, he got Mitchell to come to Cleveland in that trade. Right. That's probably more his superior gets credit for that deal, correct?
Yeah. Well, and yes, I agree with that. The thing I would say is, he ran the draft rooms, and he did a lot of their like international scouting and did a lot of their developmental league stuff. If you look at that roster, which is also very top heavy, they were without a doubt a much deeper team than the Sixers were this year. He's the one who drafted Evan Mobley. He's the one that drafted Darius Garland. Jalen Tyson is a guy I happen to like a lot that comes off their bench. He found a guy like Sam Merrill. So there are obvious players and moves that Gansey had his fingerprints on with that Cavs team, which was a team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals, Mike, a place that the Sixers have not gone in 25 years. So
I like the fact that he has the G League stuff. Like, he hasn't skipped steps. He's done this where many of these guys, it's like, hey, you're the GM now with no experience. This guy knows the G League. He finds, like, you got to find those guys in today's NBA. You got to go to the G League and find the diamond in the rough.
And that's what he was, that, right? Like, he played in the G League. He played overseas. So,
I tell you, that dude at West Virginia was a bona fide stud.
I to come up. I was waiting.
He was a stud. I heard people like, oh, he played with Pittsnoggle. No, it was Gansey and Pittsnoggle. He was awesome at WVU.
I thought it was, I mean, this was his St. Bonaventure days, but I thought it was funny that he brought up he was 0-2 against Jameer. I will say this too, like, the one thing I could tell, he's a competitive guy. He knew exactly how many games he lost to Jameer Nelson. He knew exactly how many games his G League team lost to Nick Nurse in 2011. Like, this is a dude who's got, like, he's kind of wired a little bit like that, but I think that's great. I think you need that to be in that position. You need that pride, that competitive nature. I think the players will like that about him as well.
I'm glad you brought up Nurse. He was asked about the fact that he was handed a coach. Are you buying what he sold today? I played for this guy. He's a championship coach, because there were some questions of, you give the guy the coach. That doesn't usually go over too well.
What I would say is I don't know either way if Gansey is like head over heels about having Nick Nurse. That one I can't answer. Was that PR? Was that real? I don't know, but I'll say this. No one knows how long Nick Nurse's contract is, but this is year 4. So if it doesn't work out this year, or it doesn't work out, like, basically what I'm saying is they're like, if Mike Gansey wants to make a move to get his own coach in here, that will happen in the not too distant future. So like, I think from his perspective, I get why, even if he wasn't I don't know, but even if he wasn't the biggest fan of Nick Nurse, like, there are going to be avenues where if it doesn't work out with Nick Nurse, Gansey will be able to get quote unquote his guy. So like,
he at least knows Nurse and has some working relationship with him.
For sure.
As opposed to, here's your coach, get to know him. I mean, you feel a little better after hearing all that.
Yeah. And look, I just think, this, it's pretty clear this guy wants to establish that relationship, like, right off the bat. He said he had a great relationship with Kenny Atkinson when he was in Cleveland. Like, this is the way this guy seems to be kind of wired, where he wants to be in on everything. He wants to hear everybody's opinion. And again, I think a lot of people might hear that and think that's a pretty big breath of fresh air, compared to the former regime.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. I'm sure they're working on a lot of off-season stuff now that first hurdle is in the books. Mike Gansey, Jameer Nelson as well. He'll be the assistant. He'll be the GM. Elton Brand is now
executive vice president of basketball operations for Jameer.
There you go. He will be the second to Mike Gansey. They will work together. Elton Brand is no longer working with just the Sixers, correct?
Yes, he is.
He's working in the Harris Blitzer.
Yep.
All right, Paul, we look forward to talking to you leading up to the draft and stuff, man.
All right, sounds good, Mike.
22nd pick for the Sixers in the draft coming up. And, of course, you can listen to the draft right here on 97.3 ESPN. What's Gansey's first major move? It will be on draft night, June 23rd. We'll have more of that coming up on the Sports Bash Live. On the way, Painter, do they have a painter problem for the Phils? Also, is it hitting season now? Philly scored 9 runs yesterday. Is it hitting season for the Phils? Oscar and Geoff jump on board for today's Phillies Fastball. It's coming up next. And by the way, on Wednesday, a name you forgot about is eligible for a minor league assignment. We'll explain coming up during Phillies Fastball. That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
We have the Phillies covered.
Swing and a drive, right field, way back, forget it, here. Kyle Schwarber hammers one over the right field wall.
Get the best Phillies baseball coverage on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Huge summer sell-a-thon at Matt Black Kia in Egg Harbor Township. We've accepted a challenge to sell 150 new Kias. So trade in your old and bask in the savings. Up to $3,000 over KBB fair market value for any trade in any condition. Jump into a 26 Matt Black Kia K4 LXS, $129 per month. Make a splash in a 26 Matt Black Kia Sportage LX, just $139 per month. Or go big in a 27 Matt Black Kia Telluride LX, just $259 per month. Catch the wave and coast payment free for 90 days. Getting approved is easy breezy. If you bring home at least $450 per week, Matt Black Kia wants to get you approved today.
Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. At MattBlackKia.com.
Need a new car and have no idea? It's got to be a Matt Black Kia.
24 months leases, $59.99 due at signing. Call 888-506-4132 for details. Interest accrues from date of purchase on select models. Offers don't combine. Expires month end.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-535-1904. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-535-1904. That's 800-535-1904. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
For over 135 years, First Bank of Sea Isle City has proudly served Cape May County. With a commitment to maintaining a hometown feel, we provide secure, convenient deposit and loan products every day. We're more than just a bank. We're a trusted community partner, offering personalized banking solutions that make life easier for local families of all ages. First Bank of Sea Isle City. Look for our lighthouse in your neighborhood and discover what makes us different.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to the Sports Badge with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
97.3 ESPN and free mobile app.
All right, 3:32. It's time for today's Phillies Fastball. It's brought to you by Ventnor Social. Phillies back in action tonight against the Blue Jays, and you can watch all the Phillies action at Ventnor Social on all streaming TVs. They got a ton of them over there. It's a great spot for you to watch all the Phillies action all summer long. Ventnor Social bringing you today's edition of the Phillies Fastball with Geoff Kerr, Oscar Budijan. They join me now as the Phillies win another series. They're 5 games over 500. Oscar and Geoff, welcome back to another Philly Fastball segment. What's up, boys?
Hey, hitting season is here. The guys have started June like we have not seen them doing all year. So this series was very impressive. An 8-run game and a 9-run game. I mean, it was really, really impressive what we saw over the weekend with the Fighting Phils finally getting some hits together. March is hitting it out of the ballpark. I mean, 3 straight games. I mean, incredible job by him. Both Alec Bohm and Garcia have done a good job over the last few days. So hopefully this is contagious, Mike.
Jeff Kerr, do you agree that hitting season is here? Have the Phillies offense turned the corner enough that we can start maybe not saying they're an elite offense or a great offense, but as Dave Dombrowski has said, it's a good club. They got a good offense?
I mean, it's a good club. I'm not going to deny that. I said to Oscar last night on Phillies Weekly, I think Trey Savage and Jacob Mizorowski will determine if this team can hit or not. But I mean, look, I liked what I saw.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
I'm just saying, you know, before everybody jumps off the ledge here, this is who they're going to probably face. They're definitely facing Mizorowski. Not sure about Savage yet, but look, the way I'm looking at this, it was a very good weekend. Brandon Marsh had a great weekend. Adolis Garcia hit in the Padres series. You got key hits from Alec Bohm, Bryson Stott over the weekend. Like, these are the guys that need to step up. You know, we're still waiting for Trey Turner, but he had a couple good at bats yesterday and a couple bad ones. It's just kind of been his year. But I mean, look, you have to be encouraged by what you saw over the weekend.
In June, we're we're 5-1 during the month of June, the last 2 series, and we've scored 5.3 runs, which is third in baseball. Our batting average is also third in baseball at 278, and we hit 18 extra base hits. I mean, 4th in all of baseball. So hopefully, we're hitting season is here and it will remain. I am very skeptical, to be honest with you, based on what we've seen during the first 2 months of the year.
Hey, let's have a little fun with this one. You mentioned March and how good he's been. Home runs in 3 straight games. He leads the league in hitting. If you only had one offensive player for the Phillies to make the All-Star game and represent the Phillies, who is most deserving? Is it Marsh, Schwarber, or Harper?
You want to go first, Oscar?
Yeah, go ahead. You go first. You go first.
I'll go Schwarber, just because he does lead the NL in home runs, leads all baseball in home runs, has the highest OPS on the team. He hits smashing lefties this year, has a high OPS against them, kind of like Brandon Marsh, honestly. I think the fans are going to vote Brandon Marsh in. I'm going to stick by that. I think Brandon Marsh is going to start the All-Star game because I think the fans will make sure he starts the All-Star game. But I think Kyle Schwarber, if you just had to pick one, I think Kyle Schwarber would be the guy. And I think he's going to be the guy who's going to do the home run derby. He's going to I don't know if he'll start the All-Star game over Ohtani, but he'll definitely be in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. He's the best hitter in this team. I mean, if you go back overall for the entire year, he's the most much consistent hitter on this team in terms of 23 home runs compared to what Brandon Marsh has 8. 11 doubles by Brandon Marsh, 9 by Schwarb. I mean, Schwarb has a 937, but Marsh already passed Harper in terms of OPS at 889 versus 875. So I do believe it's in that order: Schwarber, Marsh, and Harper, in that order that they deserve to make the All-Star game.
All right, Oscar, let me start with you on this one. Marsh has a sample size in his career of about 1 full season against lefties, and it's not good. In about 500 at-bats, he has struck out 200 times against lefties, and his batting average is right at about 200. Am I supposed to believe now that he can hit lefties, and shouldn't be worried that he only has like about a 50 at-bat sample size so far this season.
51 to be exact.
51 games. 51 at-bats, I should say. Has he figured it out, or should I believe the big sample size?
Look, if you go back to Schwarber's career, he didn't figure. I mean, he wasn't hitting lefties the way he's hitting lefties right now. A few years ago, 2-3 years ago, he wasn't hitting the way he's hitting lefty. He figured it out. Hopefully, March have taken the same remedy. And look, you see it this year, 778 versus lefties. I mean, he's maybe 3rd, 4th on the team hitting lefties. I think this guy is an everyday player, and I will play him every day. And look, you get better with practice. We know what he does against righties. I mean, he's a 925 OPS against righties, 778 against lefties. And very importantly, 962 with runners in scoring position. This guy's an everyday, and I'll play him every day moving forward. He doesn't need to rest.
I'm with Oscar on that, 100%. I think you got to play Brandon Marsh. He's got the highest batting average of anybody against left-handed pitchers this season. It's Brandon Marsh. I want to shout out Kevin Long here. Kevin Long deserves some credit for Kyle Schwarber's transformation and Brandon Marsh's transformation. And I'm getting tired of the narrative Rob Thompson didn't give Brandon Marsh a chance. That's a bunch of you-know-what. No, he did give Brandon Marsh a chance. He's the reason why Brandon Marsh became a starting Major League Baseball player. Give credit to Brandon Marsh for improving, for the Phillies, for sticking with him, for Kevin Long, for working with him. And look, Brandon Marsh, there's a reason why Dave Dombrowski was so high on Brandon Marsh. I actually had a fan say to me today, I thought he was crazy when he said Brandon Marsh is one of the best left fielders in baseball, if not the best. And that fan said, Dave Dombrowski was right on that. And he's playing like it this year.
All right, boys, how about this one? This one kind of snuck under the radar a little bit, but Johan Rojas is eligible for a minor league rehab assignment starting Wednesday. He has to sit out 80 games. We are at about the 63-game mark, so about less than 20 games left. Is Johan Rojas an option once he is active to help the big league team out?
No. Simple as that. Look, you go to when you make mistakes, you need to go. I mean, I know this did not happen with Alvarado, but when you make a mistake like that, based on the lack of, what he's done for this team over the years, you go back to the minor leagues. You prove me that you deserve to come back to the major leagues, and that's when he will come back. Until that happens, he'll continue to be a minor league player. Look, he had issues in the Dominican Republic. Going after umpires. A number of different things. Look, he needs to learn how to be humble, do his thing. Don't say anything, and just earn your trip back to the majors with your execution and what you do more than with your mouth.
I'm curious if he goes to Lehigh, where they're going to put him. I'm really curious on that, just because it's crowded right now. Like Felix Reyes is out there, Gabriel Rincones is out there, Dylan Carlson's out there. Do I think Johan Rojas is a better player than Stuart Baroa? I do, but I'm with you, Oscar. I think he has to earn it. I think this is a message to him. Dude, you got suspended 80 games. We were counting on you to be kind of the fifth outfielder this year and to help this team out, and you just didn't do your job. So, no, I don't think he should be handed anything.
Speaking of outfielders suspended, Max Kepler has also signed with Arizona. He is also serving. I was going to say, is he the left-handed bat to platoon with maybe Adolis Garcia in right field?
Yeah. I'd rather try Gabriel Rincones.
Hey, Garcia, by the way, Garcia is hitting 807 OPS versus left-handed pitching. 807 OPS again.
But I was going to say, when Kepler got into the platoon last year with Castellanos, he was a serviceable player against right-handed pitching. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding.
I will say this with Adolis Garcia. I think if Adolis Garcia does play a platoon role, he's going to be very, very good for this team. I think fans will automatically turn in his favor because he has been mashing left-handed pitching this year. It's right-handed pitching where he's struggling.
Yeah.
By the way, Phillies lineup just dropped.
His defense is so elite that, look, I feel like he deserves to play every day because of just his outstanding defense. I just don't want him to look as bad as his look at the plate, completely lost. He looks much better now.
Phillies lineup just dropped. It's Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Marsh, Bohm. Now, Marsh is hitting fourth today against Patrick Corbin, who is a lefty. Bohm, Real Muto, Stott, Garcia, and Edmundo Sosa is in left field today. So he is batting ninth and playing left field. Crawford in the lineup today. And we know Christopher Sanchez gets the start. 1.46 ERA, 103 strikeouts, second in all of baseball. He is the favorite to win the Cy Young. 7 innings or more and 1 run or fewer allowed in 6 straight starts. That is the longest streak since Clayton Kershaw back in 2014, boys. But on the high end, you've got Sanchez, And on the low end, you have Painter. Do the Phillies have a Painter problem, Geoff Kerr?
I mean, they have a Painter problem, but they have a problem behind Painter. They don't have anybody. Like, Don Mattingly said it best to me yesterday, and I said this to you on 97.5, Mike. Right after he said it, you called, and we had our segment, and this is the big leagues. You got to show up. Like, I don't think he was any more blunt than that. And, you know, when I was talking to you on the phone, I believe Painter had an extended – I think it was Caleb Cotham. I couldn't tell from where I was standing. They were really far away. But he was talking to a couple coaches yesterday, and I do think Andy Painter is going to figure this out. I'm not giving up on the guy after 12 games. I refuse to do that. I refuse to give up on the guy after 3 years, let alone 12 games. But – it is concerning because the fastball just isn't there. There's no movement. His breaking pitches are good. Oscar put out the numbers last night. I mean, they were pitching his fastball. I think they're hitting 390 off his fastball.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, 390 against his fastball. Now, let's be very clear, guys. I mean, look, we knew this was going to be a bumpy road. I mean, it's who they are. I mean, he had 3 starts against the Red Sox, against the Reds, and against the Guardian, which I have all the respect in the world with that team. 5 innings, 1 run, 6 innings, 2 runs, 6 1/3, and 2 runs. So that to me tells me that there is, and we see it, guys. You see it with your own eyes. When this guy's pitching, you can see this guy has tremendous potential.
The Washington Nationals have an amazing offense, and Andrew Painter shut them down. I don't care if it was March or not. He shut them down.
Mm-hmm. He shut them down. So we just have to ride the wave. We just need to ride the wave. The most important thing is not what's happening the day of the game. It's what's happening from when he finishes pitching until his next start, so he can improve his mechanics. He doesn't extend enough. That's one thing that I hear from some coaches, that he doesn't extend enough. So he needs to learn how to pitch. I mean, it's going to be but to me, sitting down with Wheeler, if I was him, I would sit down with Wheeler and Ramuto and do some film study. Okay, what did I do right? Why did I do wrong? What do I need to start doing that I'm not doing so I can improve? But this guy has tremendous talent. I would not send him to in minors. I mean, let's ride the pain. And you're in a position now when you're in the wild card that you can ride with this kid, and hopefully at the end of the tunnel, particularly this year, we can have a much more efficient pitcher than we've had over the last 3 or 4 outings.
To add to that point, who are you sending Andrew Painter down for? And don't tell me Alan Rangel, because that is not the answer.
Yeah, it's not the answer.
Don't say Gage Wood. You have no idea what you're talking about. So
I was going to say
there's no option.
There's really no option. When would you say, how much longer before you would say, you know what, Gage Wood would be an option?
When he learns to pitch 6 innings in a game. I don't know when that's going to be, because it's been 4, and he's been pitching well. I mean, look, I think Gage Wood can help this team this year at some point. This is a 2-month thing in Reading. That's what I was told.
Second half of July would be the earliest in my view.
And that's 2 months. That's what I was told. 2 months, and then you start having that conversation. But look, I am going to say this to him, blue in the face. If you gave up on Roy Halladay, if you gave up on Christopher Sanchez, if you gave up on Cole Hamels at one point early in his career, shame on you, because
there's a lot of pitchers. There's a lot of pitchers who have got off to rocky starts.
And Michael's exactly right. They don't have anybody. The pitching in Lehigh is not good. Like Bryce Wilson just asked for his release last week and realized no one wants him. Oh, I'm coming back.
And Taijuan Walker just asked for his release.
Right after he signed the minor league deal.
Let's bring him back. Castellanos and Taijuan Walker should be back.
Yeah. All right. Well, guess what? Castellanos hasn't got a job yet. Now Walker is a free agent. It looks like the Phillies made the right decisions on letting those guys walk.
Even though they're still paying them.
All right, boys. Another great segment before we get it. How was Phillies Weekly last night?
It was awesome. I mean, it was awesome. By the way, John Foley was at his store, the Philly sports shop. He has some very nice. I mean,
I saw my guy UK Phillies was there.
Well, he was there. Yeah. He was there all week.
I saw. I hung out with him in London when the Phillies were in London in 2024.
He's a really good dude. He really is. Like I'm happy. I think the Phillies only lost 1 game he went to all week. Yeah, they were 5-1 on the homestand. He went to every game on the homestand.
Yeah, but I like he has. By the way, John has that with the Phils stuff. I mean, look at this thing. I mean, it looks beautiful. Look at that thing, man. It's by the
Mike,
way, I got.
When are we getting you on Phillies Weekly? It's been we haven't had
you.
You
Gotta
yet.
come in. I mean, Mike, come on.
Send me a text. You know my number.
Hey, next
we
next
talk to
week,
you every day.
In a couple of weeks, Mike, we'll get you. I mean, Geoff cannot be in because he's going to be partying with his dad. So
right.
You come in and you do Phillies Weekly with me. How about that?
Anytime, boys. You let me know. All right, Geoff and Oscar are back tomorrow for more Phillies Fastball here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy.
And, of course, our Phillies Fastball is brought to you by Ventnor Social. All the day game baseball will be back there coming up in a couple of weeks at Ventnor Social. July 29th is the next time we are there, and you can stop out and see us. We have that great trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. More Sports Bash on the way here on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final on Sports USA, and we head to Vegas as the Golden Knights face off against the Carolina Hurricanes. The Knights with Marner and Hurdle can strike it anytime. He scored! The Canes can hear the noise and be all Eilers. It's the Stanley Cup Final, Game 4, tomorrow. On your home for the Stanley Cup Final, Sports USA.
Listen to the Stanley Cup Final. Game 4, Hurricane Golden Knights. Tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
Is your kid stopping you from shopping? It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan. Are you trapped in your old car? Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity can get you out. Get up to $4,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair Trade Value for your old car. Come see us today at Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township.
Straight on the purchase of select models expires on Gansey.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Go for the pulls, the putts, the payouts, and the poses. Go for the fun times and the tan lines. Go for the savory. Stay for the sweet. Celebrate the red, white, and blue. An experience in Atlantic City you never do. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Book your trip at theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in. Deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Cross County Connection presents 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles, providing fare free transportation across southern New Jersey. New shuttles include the Violin to Camden and Route 5440 feeder shuttle, connecting residents to employment centers, colleges, healthcare campuses, retail destinations, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For more information, contact SJTA at 856-229-7571 or visit online at driveless.com.
Aura Frames is the perfect gift for any occasion, including Father's Day. Aura Frames is a good way to stay connected. Life gets busy. You're on the go. Your dad's on the go. You want to stay connected. The Aura Digital Frame is a great way to remind them how much you love them. The Aura Digital Frame, you can upload photos from your Aura app. So can the rest of your family. So can Dad if you teach him how to use it.
One of the great things about the Aura digital app is that you can upload photos literally from anywhere. So, you might live right next door to your dad, but a lot of people do not. Like, I'm about 2 hours from my dad. Freebeer is a couple of hours from his dad as well. So whenever things happen and they can't be there, you can upload photos so that they can see them. Also, you can upload photos of them that they don't even know exist, which is fun too. Named number 1 by Wirecutter, you can save now by visiting auraframes.com. And for a limited time, get $35 off their best-selling Carver mat frame with code FBHW. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code FBHW. Make sure you mention the Freebeer Not Wing Show at checkout. Terms and conditions apply.
Physically, I'm trapped on a never-ending line for coffee.
I got a matcha from Mike.
But mentally, it's a wild summer night in Atlantic City, and I'm about to play for a $500,000 top prize because I have the new AC Nights scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery, celebrating the thrills of AC Nights.
Dave, latte for Dave.
Hit me! Woo!
Play the new AC Night Scratch-Offs. Anything can happen in Jersey. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, coming up, football at 4. Geoff Mosher joins me to talk a little Birds as they get ready for the mandatories this week, plus a new article written by Jeremy Fowler has some very interesting stuff in it regarding the A.J. Brown trade. And let me tell you about Cross-County Connection. It presents 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles, providing fare, free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connect to jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit drivelist.com. Such an easy way to save a little money on gas right now. Cross-County Connection. Check them out at drivelist.com. All right, coming up, football at 4 is on the way. A new article by Jeremy Fowler. Very interesting. We'll discuss coming up.
The NBA Finals on ESPN Radio. The New York Knicks strike again. Now, the series shifts to Madison Square Garden with the Spurs face a critical Game 3.
We're going to go into Game 3, and if we play our brand of basketball up to our standard, we'll be just fine.
Coverage begins today at 7:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to the NBA Finals. Knicks, Spurs, Game 3 tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
Of course, we should drink plenty of water, but we can also boost our daily hydration through foods with a high water content. Watermelon, cantaloupe, apples, oranges, grapes, and honeydew are all fabulous options. Plus, they're healthy and delicious. There are a variety of vegetables loaded with water as well, such as cucumbers, lettuce, tomato, zucchini, and celery. These vegetables are about 96% water. They're low in calories and high in vitamins, antioxidants, and fiber. Other hydrating foods include broth, milk, and yogurt. In addition to drinking water, these foods will help keep you hydrated throughout the summer season. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Did you know rechargeable lithium-ion batteries should never go in the trash? They can spark fires and put collection workers at risk. Dispose of them safely at ACUA Household Hazardous Waste Drop-Offs or recycle them at participating hardware and battery stores. Learn more at acua.com/batteries.
Automotive Avenues is ready to get you into a new ride. Your family-owned pre-owned dealership now has a location in Sewell. They bring the power of wholesale to the public, and they buy cars too, making it easy to trade in or sell your vehicle. Financing is simple. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit, you're still approved. See why Automotive Avenues has won Consumer Satisfaction Awards for the last 9 years. The deals are heating up at Automotive Avenues of Sewell on Delty Drive, or browse their expanded inventory now at automotiveavenuesnj.com. That's automotiveavenuesnj.com.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Try our delicious IQ Bar Sampler Pack with 9 plant protein bars, 8 hydration mixes, and 4 mushroom coffee sticks. And now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
Come celebrate Ventnor Social's 1-year anniversary. Down Beach's go-to place for game days. No shower happy hours, beach nights, live music, great food, cold drinks, and being social. From cheering on Phillies baseball team and other sports action on their 20 big screen TVs, to enjoying a cold beverage on the roof deck, to playing an arcade game. Plus, game day food and wing specials. Celebrate Ventnor Social, Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Check out their Facebook page for the latest specials and events.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is currently trading at over 16% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $590 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TURF to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Is your trading stopping you from shopping? It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan. Are you trapped in your old car? Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity can get you out. Get up to $4,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair Trade Value for your old car. Come see us today at Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township.
Straight from the purchase of sale autos expires on Gansey.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Cross County Connection presents 6 new NJ Connect shuttles providing fare free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connected jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him, it's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, you can check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. And it is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, the best place for game days. The Fanatics Sportsbook has huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want. It's the perfect place to catch tonight's NBA Finals game number 3. You can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch it at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. A lot of A.J. Brown talk last week, and it seemingly has not gone away quite yet. More stuff coming out between the relationships between A.J. and Jalen Hurts, and how much that really played a factor into what happened here with the Philadelphia Eagles. You know, one Jeremy Fowler article today over at ESPN.com suggesting that, hey, AJ just got frustrated with the lack of throwing the ball into tight windows against zone coverage. I mean, that to me, Geoff Mosher, sounds like a really specific reason to just say, you know what, I'm bailing on this whole team here. But that seems like one of the reasons why AJ apparently was fed up with this offense.
I mean, listen, it's you draw a line and a correlation. What does A.J. Brown want? He wants to be successful. He wants to win and feel like he was the reason for the wins. And he wants to be able to say when his next contract is up that he's still an elite receiver who can command a lot of money because he catches a lot of passes and makes a lot of plays. And zone coverage is something that most of the NFL plays now. You see more zone than man. And there were certainly, several times a game, we would talk about this on Inside the Tape with Greg Cosell, where we would show our viewers who watched on YouTube times where there was a specific play designed, especially in zone, to just, especially early in the game, get a guy open, get AJ there, get him the ball, plant your foot, get him the ball, move the chains, let go, that Jalen didn't make, or wouldn't make, I should say. There were times he did too, but we would find those 3 or 4 times. And yeah, you heard AJ Brown talk to the media when he was talking to them about frustration with the pass offense. And though he never threw any one particular person under the bus, it's pretty obvious who and what he was talking about. And that's all part of frustration with the pass offense.
Yeah, listen, we don't know what A.J. Brown would have looked like in this particular offense here, but do we anticipate that we're going to see A.J. Brown fit in better with the New England Patriots?
Well, I don't know. Despite his annoyance with the pass offense, he still caught a lot of passes, still had a lot of yards, was in the playoffs all 4 years, 2 Super Bowls, wins 1. It's kind of hard to say he's going to go to another team and have that much success. Now, if you're asking me, is he going to catch more passes and have more yards and more touchdowns, but the team won't be as successful? Okay, maybe I'll see that. But I also think, Drake May is only 2 years in the league. We saw him have a really successful year. We've seen a lot of guys have that second year of success, first or second year, and then regress a little bit after that, or things just don't go right. So he should be their primary target. He's clearly their best receiver, and I imagine he'll get the ball a lot. But I think it remains to be seen whether he's in some kind of incredible offense where he's going to get 10 to 12 targets a game and be as productive, and the team is going to win.
Yeah, Geoff, if you listen to Boston Sports Talk Radio, it's not universal that they think that this is a home run deal for them. Are you surprised by that?
Not really. I think the 3 major cities on the Northeast here, Philly, Boston, New York, they look at everything skeptically or curiously. And we do that here in Philadelphia. The Eagles get a player, and sometimes the fans fall in love with that guy because he's got a name. And we'll give on Inside the Birds, we'll give the objective breakdown and say, hey, watch for this, watch for that. And people get annoyed by that because sometimes people, you talk about this on your show too, get infatuated with names or what people have done instead of what they are in the moment, right? So it doesn't surprise me that the Boston media is looking at A.J. Brown's last 2 years and saying, hey, it's nowhere near what he did the first 2 years. And then you got a situation where you have a player who's kind of forced his way out of a team. So some towns and their media aren't as objective like that. I think Boston falls into that category of media, that is.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds, of course, podcast. You can check that out on all podcasting platforms. A couple takeaways from Albert Breer, his latest on this whole situation. He says Howie Roseman wanted a first and another high-end pick and basically was told, if you can go get a 1 and a 2, go do it. So does that say that there wasn't a big market for A.J. Brown? Does that kind of confirm what we thought?
Yeah. If there was, and we talked about this really early on. I thought there was an interesting cat and mouse game or game of chess going on between Elliott Wolf and Howie Roseman. And of course, Howie was going to set a price that was up. And, some of the moves that were made in the offseason may have dictated, the Jalen Waddle trade and things of that nature may have made it seem like the Eagles would get equivalent value in return. But I can certainly understand Elliott Wolf saying, sure, if someone's willing to give you that much, take it. We're not. And it doesn't surprise me that it does and it doesn't surprise me that there weren't other teams that would have given that up. Because if you get prime A.J. Brown, and maybe he's past it, we don't know, and that's part of why they didn't get that value. If you get prime A.J. Brown, you probably got yourself, and you're a contender, probably got yourself a really good team.
Right, and then part of the article by Albert Breer, Moshe, he said the Eagles, Roseman, wanted a 2027 first. That was shot down. The Patriots were really only willing to trade a 2028 first, and Philly wanted a 2027 pick on the higher end to be part of the deal. and that never happened. So I guess it really shows it. This really dried up for Roseman, where he really goes down this avenue where, okay, I have to take the first round pick. It'll be 2028. And he gets the 5th round pick is almost like a consolation prize there.
Yeah. And some of this is, it'll be interesting to look back and see if the right things manifest. But a lot of teams want their first round pick in 2027 because it's supposed to be considered a really, really deep draft coming up, a lot of quarterback talent, a lot of overall talent. And so that has fed into the perception that you really don't want to give away a 2027 first rounder, especially if you think you'll be picking anywhere in the top 20 to 23, where usually it's top 12 to 18 is the gold there. But we'll look back and see if that matters. But I sort of understand how he's approached that. A first round pick is a first round pick. I mean, there's some drafts that are better than others, but it's not even about the depth of the draft. It's what you can do with an extra first round pick, including your own first round pick, and then others that you might get, and the maneuverability it gives you in the draft.
Right. And, one of the things that I think gets lost in the sauce here, Geoff, is the Eagles end up with a savings, when they move this to June 1st, they get about $30 million back. That allows them to make the trade for Gennard, sign him, and now ultimately, I would imagine, turn their focus to Cooper DeJean, Jalen Carter, and Quinyon Mitchell. Probably something they wouldn't have been able to do had AJ been here.
Yeah, and, you're correct in thinking along those lines, but I tell you, the first guy who's really got to get an extension done now, surprisingly, because it's not one of the guys we normally talk about with that third year that you're referring to, is Devontae Smith. I mean, Devontae Smith's coming up on, I believe, the last, or we talked about this on Inside the Birds. We're doing a contract series, and this will come out tomorrow. But Smith, his average salary, AAV, is not even close to like the top 15 in the NFL. And now he's about to be wide receiver 1. And I believe the contract he signed was only a 3-year deal when he signed it a couple of years ago. So it'll be at the end of it. He's got to be paid commensurate with what a wide receiver 1 in the NFL is. And right now he's not. And I'd be surprised if something wasn't done really quickly on him to get him up to speed. Because not only do you have to do that for him in general, because he's coming up toward the end, but if you wait until the end, till next year, when you've already seen the price for wide receivers go up thanks to Jackson Smith and Jigba, and somebody else made $35 million. Drake London, right? If you wait for next offseason, where it's Nakua, who could be up as long as he keeps his head on straight, where it could be Malik Neighbors if he comes back and has a huge year. I mean, that price tag, Jordan Addison, that price tag could get to $45 million a year when it's all said and done. So I would definitely get Devontae Smith done now. While you can, yes, you'll have to give him a big pay to look team friendly again.
Why do we think there hasn't been anything done for Jalen Carter yet?
Well, I think they had to get through the whole A.J. Brown situation and figure out what their funds were going to be this year and next year, and make sure the deal went through and it was post June 1st. And I would think you will see some contract activity now in the aftermath of that. I mean, it didn't happen yesterday or the day after A.J. Brown got traded, but I'm sure you're going to hear and see some talks going on for a couple of guys.
And then so Quinyon and Cooper are in the same draft class. That's going to be a very tricky offseason when they have to make that decision.
Yeah, that'll be next year because that's when they're first eligible for their extensions. And it will be tricky, especially for Cooper.
And Nolan Smith also in that draft class. Sorry.
I wouldn't put that high on the list of guys that he's already locked into the 5th-year deal.
There you go.
I'm not sure he's going to get the extension. So, especially with Gennard and Jalen Hunt. Cooper's tricky because now he's playing safety. He was an outside corner. He's mostly a nickelback, which is very important too. They've got to figure out a price for him. And unfortunately for the Eagles, guys who are versatile, who don't have you used to be able to say, well, you're not this, you're not that, so we can get you at a relatively good price. But look at Trent McDuffie, who has played inside and outside for the Chiefs, and he gets traded to the Rams. The first thing to do is turn around and give him a $30 million a year contract. So if Cooper DeJean has a really good year playing mostly nickel and playing safety and plays it well, he's probably going to command some type of, or at least want some type of top end money. And then it's going to be a question of, do the Eagles just give it to him, or does it become kind of I don't want to call it an argument, but like something that drags on for a little bit, and maybe they can't reach the right number.
Same situation with Jalen Hurts. So, I mean, what if this offense takes him to new heights? What's he making next year? I mean, I would imagine that probably – well, I would imagine, right, that he's probably going to want a new deal though, right?
I would think so. Oh, yeah. If he really – that's why this is such a big critical year for him. And he doesn't have to be MVP. He doesn't have to be, I would say he should probably have to be Pro Bowl, but he hasn't made a ton of those. But still, he's got to lead the team deep into the playoffs and be good and acclimate to the offense. If he does, he's going to be rewarded immediately. If he doesn't, it's going to be a very interesting question about where the franchise wants to go from there.
All right, Geoff Mosher, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast has plenty more conversation. What is and speaking of contracts, Saquon Barkley got that extension. How does that kind of read? Is he kind of locked in for just this year, or this year and next year?
Yeah, and we talked about that extensively on the contract series that started today with quarterback and running back. We talked about Hurts and why that's important, and Barkley too, because his guaranteed money almost all of it will be up after this year. So if he does not perform well, or if he's looking like a guy who's got a lot of mileage on his body and not really the Saquon Barkley of 2 years ago, then the Eagles are going to have to make a decision there too. Why would you pay all that money for a running back who is not giving you that kind of supreme kind of production, if that were to be the case?
All right. Well, check out that series over at InsideTheBirds.com on all podcasting platforms to get a little deeper on some of these contracts, because that's really what's up. Now that June 1st is passed, we're in the new league year, and these new contracts start to kind of take shape. And Jalen Carter, you mentioned Devontae Smith. Those are two big ones to keep an eye on, maybe as training camp looms, and the mandatory begins tomorrow. Tomorrow and Wednesday, the Eagles mandatory practice on the field. 2 more days of active football before a little hibernation. Mosh, appreciate it, man.
All right, Mike, take care.
Football at 4, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. And Football 4 is brought to you by Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort. Big screens, big bets, game day hits different at Ocean. The one big thing about let's go to that A.J. Brown thing. It's not really quote-unquote reporting. It's more of in a recent article written by Jeremy Fowler over at ESPN.com, it suggests that part of the problem between Hurts and Brown was that they didn't want a situation where they knew that the team's chemistry was a problem. So they're just basically saying that this was an unfixable, untenable, but that it probably was not going to get any better. Because in Brown's mind, a good bit of the angst between the two stemmed from the play of Hurts, league sources said, in part because of Hurts' perceived reluctance to target Brown on tight window throws against zone coverage. I mean, that is a really specific thing there. The reluctance to target Brown on tight window throws against zone coverage. So AJ says, we got tight coverage in zone. He's not throwing me the ball. I'm out of here. I mean, listen, we all have our quirks, I guess. But if that was the straw that broke the camel's back, oof. Now, as they discussed, or Brown discussed, I should say, there was no bad blood between him and Hurts, but he did acknowledge they're not as close as we once were. But I think he said, look, we're not as close as we once were, and bygones here. I think I can be more productive someplace else. The Eagles did not want a situation where it felt like the two players, according to Fowler, were not in it together, knowing they've been at their best when the team chemistry is right. So that's a whole nother thing, is the addition by subtraction element of this whole situation, right? And so many times that is just kind of discounted. But I think one of the things you have to take under consideration, as we just talked with Mosher, is the freedom of money that they now have. And I didn't even bring this up last week when I was talking about this. You were able to trade for and sign Jonathan Grenard. You still have Cooper. You still have Quinion, Jalen Carter. He talked about Devontae Smith. Think about Devontae Smith. He's going to need a deal too. We forget about him. He needs to get paid. So, and now he opens up an opportunity to have a really big season. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. I got a thought that the Eagles' offense this year, we talked about it last week with all the different offenses that had like top level wide receivers, like 1,700 yards, and then the next guy was under 1,000, something like that. I got a thought that I have to think that that's going to be similar how the Eagles' offense flows this year. Like, I'll go Devontae Smith, like 1,400 yards. Dallas Goedert, maybe the number 2 guy, with maybe like 850. Mekhi Lemon, somewhere in that range, 750, 800, somewhere in that range. How about that?
It's certainly logical to frame it that way. Again, considering what other offenses have done that run this same system. You know, there's a lot of parity, shall we call it, in terms of the target share when it comes to the Rams and the 49ers and the Vikings and the Seahawks offenses that all run, and also the Packers, who run all variations of what Mannion is bringing here. So, yeah, it's probably going to be, and I don't know what the exact number is going to be, but I think your framing of it is probably within the range.
I don't have exact number. I'm just saying somewhere in that range. I also think that it's fair to wonder if AJ has, I don't want to say, I always bring up the example of Julio Jones, that level of receiver that was stud and then he wasn't. Do we think AJ is in that category where he's going to go from the stud? And then last year he had 1,000 yards. I mean, he was not stud last year. Let's be honest. Did the Eagles sense the relationship has soured? Not too untenable. But we also see a dip in production and we see a dip in ability. That's where I think it's going to be interesting. That's why I asked Mosher that question about, is it, he goes to New England, is he a better fit there? What if he just isn't the same player? I think that's something to keep an eye on.
I think A.J. Brown's going to have one more great year next year in New England, and then the injury stuff will creep up again.
One thing I would stress with New England, they are not a great offensive line. They do not block very well. It's not great offensive line.
They have used some of their resources offseason to address that issue. So they were one of the worst.
One of the problems they had last year, right?
Right. So they did use part of their the offseason resources to address that issue. I know that Vrabel and Josh McDaniels in interviews and training, OTAs so far have basically said that, hey, we understand there was a flaw last year and we are addressing that. So I do think that you're going to see a much improved offense for New England in 2026. But I keep going back to, Mike, I think for 27 and 28, that's where you're going to see the real regression of A.J. Brown. I think he'll have one more great year, and then you'll start seeing a little bit of a decline after that. You know what I mean?
Spot where you start to see those receivers just not automatically, take that big dip in production.
To your previous point about the reporting, I don't want to be the guy who goes out there and says, I don't think any of this stuff is or isn't credible, because I don't know who the sources are, but it's starting to get to the point, and I don't know how you feel, Mike, where doesn't it feel like a lot of this reporting is just people servicing different narratives at this point?
Picking sides.
Yeah. It's like, hey, Now Jeremy Fowler and Albert Breer reports that supply ammunition for this specific narrative.
So Albert Breer really was more on the fact that Howie Roseman wanted a 2027 and a high-end pick, didn't get it. So if you want to be a New England fan and say, we won the deal because Roseman didn't get what you wanted, you would probably say, see that article.
That's what I'm saying. Each of these stories are now coming out for the last several days. They're all feeding into different narratives, and everyone can pick and choose which narrative they like.
All right, when we come back, the Nuggets are on the way. Earnshaw's here. If you missed it earlier, Mike Gansey, his press conference, we have some audio from that we'll have for you later on in the show. Plus, I have a fun conversation we want to get into in the 5 o'clock hour. Keep it locked. More Sports Bash on the way on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final on Sports USA, and we head to Vegas as the Golden Knights face off against the Carolina Hurricanes. The Knights with Marner and Hurdle can strike it anytime. He scored! The Canes can hear the noise and be all Eilers. It's the Stanley Cup Final, Game 4, tomorrow on your home for the Stanley Cup Final, Sports USA.
Listen to the Stanley Cup Final. Game 4, Hurricane Golden Knights. Tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
Physically, I'm trapped on a never-ending line for coffee.
I got a matcha from Mike.
But mentally, it's a wild summer night in Atlantic City, and I'm about to play for a $500,000 top prize because I have the new AC Nights scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery, celebrating the thrills of AC Nights.
Dave, latte for Dave.
Hit there! Woo!
Play the new AC Night Scratch-Offs. Anything can happen in Jersey. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill for Clark's Moving and Storage down in Rio Grande. Let me tell you, we did a huge move not too long ago, and honestly, Clark's did a fantastic job. I mean, really fantastic. They moved all my stuff from my Ventnor place on the shore out to the mainland in EHT. Clark's Moving and Storage, they took care of it all from start to finish. Trust their moving company with the finest in storage and moving services. They're one of the largest companies in the area, and you can trust them. Believe me, they got it all done, moved everything, not a scratch, not a dent, not anything. On time, professional. They really did it all. I felt very comfortable and very confident in their team at Clark's Moving and Storage every step of the way. So do what I did and use Clark's Moving for your big move. Call them today, 609-889-0780, or visit them at clarksmoving.net. Clark's Moving is an authorized agent for Wheaton Worldwide Moving, so they can move you across the country or even around the world.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef. This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Is your trade stopping you from shopping? It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan. Are you trapped in your old car? Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity can get you out. Get up to $4,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair Trade Value for your old car. Come see us today at Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan.
Max trade when the purchase of select autos expires on Gansey.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The countdown to summer is on, and Broadleys is ready to help keep you cool. Schedule your AC tune-up today and ask about their family comfort plan for priority service all year long. Did your AC struggle last summer? Act now and take advantage of 0% financing and rebates up to $2,000 so you can have a worry-free summer. Call 609-390-3907 or visit broadleys.net today.
Broadleys, the name you know, the service you trust.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With the Sports Flash, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.3 ESPN. Major League Baseball, the Phillies in Toronto tonight, starting a 3-game series with the Blue Jays. Philadelphia taking 2 of 3 from the Chicago White Sox over the weekend, winning Sunday 9-5. Brandon Marsh homered for the 3rd straight game. Bryce Harper had an RBI double. Philadelphia scored 5 unanswered runs in the victory tonight. Christopher Sanchez gets the start for the Phillies. He's 7-2 with an ERA of 1.46, 103 strikeouts. Patrick Corbin will counter for the Blue Jays. NBA Finals continuing tonight. New York hosting San Antonio Game 3 with New York up 2-0. They've won 13 straight postseason games, 2 wins from their first championship since 1973. The Spurs need to win 4 of the next 5 to claim the title. Game 4 of the series will be on Wednesday. And in soccer, the United States men's national team will begin World Cup play Friday in Los Angeles against Paraguay. The sports update brought to you by Progressive. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Cross County Connection presents 6 new NJ Connect shuttles providing fare-free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connected jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Humidity is low and skies will stay mainly clear, so temperatures tonight will get pretty cool. Low of 53 degrees. Another nice day coming up tomorrow. Lots of sun with late-day clouds, staying dry, high of 80. Turning cloudy on Wednesday. Way more humid and a bit unsettled with a few showers and thunderstorms possible, high of 80. Hot, humid, and breezy Thursday, high 91, with the chance of a thunderstorm, too. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Go for the fun times and the tan lines. Experience an Atlantic City you never knew. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stuff would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 4:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's up, everybody? We got the Phils tonight back in action against the Blue Jays. Looking forward to Christopher Sanchez. Celebrate the World Cup 2026 Soccer Fest at the Camden Waterfront, June 25th through the 27th, noon to 10. Watch across all 3 days on huge outdoor screens. Sign up for the New Jersey Youth Soccer Association sessions held at Rutgers Camden Field. Shop local at the Made in Camden Village. Check out the International Food Market, South Jersey's award-winning wineries and breweries, live music, and more. Be sure to take the Patco to the city station or take the New Jersey Transit River Line. Register for free tickets in advance at SoccerFest26.com. Time for the Nuggets now. Nick Earnshaw is back with another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's going on today, Nick? What do we got?
All right. What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Lot to talk about, lot to discuss. And number one, one team's introducing another president of basketball operations, another new name in the fold, and one team is playing in the NBA Finals on the I-95 corridor in the tri-state area. And then the Philadelphia 76ers, well, they introduced Mike Gansey today. Overall, I thought it was a good press conference, good first impression. Seems like a smart guy. He's got a lot in front of him, though, Mike. And he said a few interesting things throughout the press conference, and I do want to play one of them. And he kind of talked about the plan for the roster heading into the offseason with the 22nd overall pick and finding those other pieces to surround the big four of Edgecombe, Embiid, and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey. Take a listen to what Mike Gansey had to say about the depth of this team.
We have pick 22 in the draft. We got to hit on that. We got to get a good player there, and just build in depth. You know, I mean, we got to get guys in here in free agency that we like. We got to get minimum guys. You know, obviously, and then the big part is just internal development. You know, with Tyrese, VJ, and some of our other young guys, like they got to get better too. I think it's internal growth, 22, and then free agency, and trying to add as much depth as we can to this roster.
Filling in on the margins, Mike, something this team has refused to do for a while, especially under the Daryl Morey regime. I thought he was pretty good today, pretty solid overall.
Well, you tell you what, we had Paul Hudrick on earlier, and he brought up an interesting point about the non-tax player mid-level exception, that's something they have in play now. So that gives them about a $15 million ability. They could spread that out over 3 players, 1 player, because they were under the tax number. They now have this ability to go do that, and it won't affect their tax situation. So that will be something interesting. It's not a great free agent class, but listen, Gansey certainly was brought here. Myers and Gansey, the two of them, and Jameer Nelson, he's the third guy that's now a part of this. I think it's to change the culture, change just the feeling in that building of how the organization was run. They now have 2 completely different points of view than Elton Brand and Daryl Morey, obviously.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting that he mentioned internal development, whether it's of their stars or of younger players. It's something they have lacked, and we're seeing a lot of those type of players that were former Sixers, players you brought in, playing in the playoffs, playing in the NBA Finals that you let go and moved on from. I think that's going to change, but I'm very curious to see how the draft shakes out. Daryl Morey drafted very well as the president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm curious to see how these guys draft after so much success with Morey on the draft side. The roster construction side, that was where Daryl kind of struggled a little bit. I think Gansey and Myers, I think that's where they could succeed a lot, filling in those pieces around those guys. And I felt like overall, I know he's going to talk to Embiid more so in the coming days and weeks, but I'm very curious to see if they have something big up their sleeves to maybe move off an Embiid contract or a Paul George contract.
I'm sure they're going to make calls. I can't imagine that they wouldn't try, but, I mean, he seemed pretty realistic, like, hey, Embiid is here, and he mentioned multiple times, we got our 4 guys. The one thing is interesting is Gansey did say he ran the draft in the past, and that's something that he was a part of. They've drafted pretty well there. Jalen Tyson was a guy who got a lot of minutes for them. Mobley's an absolute stud. Garland is a guy that has been pretty good. So they've done a good job in the draft in Cleveland, and he's done a good job on the margins there. It's just, your cap situation is not great right now. And look, they have 3 guys that are on their roster that are free agents, one being Oubre, the other one being Drummond, and then, of course, what's his name? What's the name? Oh, Grimes, man. Completely blanked on Grimes. But all 3 of those guys, you have to make decisions on whether you want to bring all 3, 1 or none, 2 of the 3, who knows, back.
He also said it's not a championship caliber team right now. That was a quote from him today during the press conference. So he views this team as not a contender. That's how he views the team coming into it. He has a far away look at the 76ers from being in Cleveland, but he said it during the press conference today. It's not a championship caliber team right now. So I think, listen, this is not an overnight thing. He can't just, wave a magic wand and fix the Sixers all of a sudden, because they have a lot of deep rooted issues, whether it's culture, whether it's the roster construction, etc. They have a lot to do. Can they fill in the margins? Are they kind of stuck with this contract? Do they want to try and get very creative, move off one of the contracts? I don't know. We'll see. Gansey seems like a nice guy. I wasn't totally just like, yeah, let's go. Mike Gansey was great. He was awesome today. He really much impressed. But I wasn't like, this guy's going to stink. He seems like a smart guy. I'll give him a shot, and we'll give him a shot if you're in the Sixers fan base.
Listen, I don't want to take anything too much or too little from these. Nick Sirianni, he had the worst press conference. He's won a Super Bowl. Other people win the press conference. I'm not here to win it. But what I took away was a couple things. One, you could just feel that the culture is going to change and it's going to be different. And Gansey seems like a guy who is going to be more pro, a guy you can talk to. Maury's just an oddball, dude. I mean, he's just a tough guy to connect with. So I think that helps. I think you'll see that the shift of the way they want to put the team together should be a lot different. Now, how do you do that? How do you do that under the restraints that you're currently under contractually? That is a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. The big contracts are a big deal. And what are they going to do around the margins with this non-championship caliber team, according to Mike Gansey? We shall see. But I thought he did fine as a press conference. Fine. You know, it can't get much worse if you're the Philadelphia 76ers at this point. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. Jim Bowden, he put out his all-star picks in The Athletic today. And guess what? He is going over your 3.5, Mr. Mike Gill, that you and PG set last week at Ventnor Social during the Phillies watch party. He is going Bryce Harper as a reserve, Kyle Schwarber as a reserve behind Ohtani as the DH, Christopher Sanchez, and Joan Duran. Is that sufficient for you? Is Bowden correct in his assessment of those 4 Phillies as your representatives in the All-Star game?
Well, we have the poll question up at Mike Gill Show, so we'll update the poll question. And most of our listeners today, let's see where they are. The last time we looked, it was about 80%. And right now, it's 88% say that there will be 4 Sanchez, Wheeler, Duran, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. They were your options. I got about 4 as well. Sanchez is definitely. Duran, I would think, is a pretty good shot. I know he missed some time. The hitters are interesting. Schwarber will probably be there, but, you never know with the DH situation because you have Ohtani as well. So do you put 2 DHs on there? I would imagine they both get on. Harper's kind of in the middle of the pack of first baseman. Marsh is leading the league in hitting. Now, he's got a little ways to go between now and the end of the voting. If he stays as hot, it's going to be tough to say, hey, the guy who's leading the league in hitting is not going to make it. Wheeler, I would think, he's going to get probably 3 more starts by the time the voting's over. And if he keeps pitching like this, it's going to be hard to keep him off. So I would say at least 4 of the guys will make there. So I'll take the over on that. What did Bowden say?
He had Harper as a reserve. He had Schwarber as a reserve. He went with 3 right fielders, 3 center fielders, and 1 left fielder being Juan Soto. So that would leave Marsh out.
I said Marsh could be up against the fact that other teams need 1 guy on there, and sometimes outfield is an easy place to find 1 guy and say, okay, you'll be the 1 guy who represents a team, especially if a team, like the Mets, who if they only get 1 guy, and you're saying Soto's the best option, okay, that's 1 outfielder, boom. If Colorado, if their best option could be, a couple different options that they have in the outfield. So it is going to be a tough thing for Marsh. I still think he has now, could Philadelphia stuff the ballot and get him in there?
Could happen. If you go out there and vote, you can get Marsh in there possibly, but he's going with the 2 DHs in Ohtani and Schwarber. I mean, he's kind of the face, right? I mean, you got to have Schwarber, especially after last year, the way he performed in the All-Star game. And then he's been unbelievable. 23 home runs already, 944 OPS. I get it's Ohtani, but you got to have Schwarber in the All-Star game. That just can't not happen.
I would think so. Yes, I would think so. I would think Schwarber gets in there. I mean, he's going to lead the league in home runs. What's better, leading the league in home runs or leading the league in batting average? Which one's more impressive?
Oh, I would say home runs. Home runs. They're fun. Home runs are more fun.
Okay.
I'll go home runs. Home runs are more fun. You got to have Schwarber there, and it's the home city. It's the host city, 2026. I mean, it's the whole thing. You got to have him in there. And then he's got Harper as a reserve coming off the bench. There you go. 4. I think I agree. I think those are the 4 that get in. I think Marsh will be out. I don't think Wheeler gets in either.
Got people posting at Mike Gill Show. Michael Huff says Sanchez a no-brainer, Duran, Marsh, and Harper. He goes with those 4 guys. Got another guy said he has submitted the ballot about 100 times.
Wow.
And said he is stacking it. He's got every Philly he's voted for over 100 times. Another guy says Sanchi, Duran, Schwarber, and Marsh will all make it. Harper most likely, Wheeler probably not. So he's going with at least 4, maybe 5. X Diz says the game is in Philly, so over 3.5. Now, listen, Phillies are 5 games over 500 all of a sudden. Now you can start to say they're one of the, I think they have one of the top 5 records in the National League, unbelievably, right?
Yeah. I mean, listen, the Braves are at the top. So, I mean, the division is going to be tough. But, I mean, they made their way back.
Because people before were like, well, it's hard to put 3 or 4 guys from a team, that's not 500. Well, now they're 500, and now they're 5 games over 500.
Yep. Yeah, listen, they've made their way back into contention. They've played good baseball. And I believe I said under. I said under 3 last week. I've evolved that opinion. I think Duran will get in because I'm with Bowden here. I think it's Schwarber, Harper, Sanchez, I think will start the game, and Duran. Yeah, I think those are your 4 this time around.
Okay. All right. I got it. I'm on 4 minimally, so I'm going over 3.5. That was the number I set last week. I'll go over, and 88% voting at Mike Gill Show also are saying over 3.5.
Yep. I'll go with the over 2. I'm gonna change my answer. New information, new day. I'm feeling over now. All right, moving along. Let's go to nugget number 3. Now, unfortunately, this might be like the biggest basketball game in the history of basketball games ever. What it seems like with all the hoopla surrounding it. Game 3 is tonight between the San Antonio Spurs and the New York Knicks. And there's a couple of nuggets that have come out about this. Okay. First of all, the Knicks sold 2 courtside seats on Celebrity Row for Game 3 for a cool $1 million. $1 million to go to this game. That's one thing. But also, for every fan in attendance, how we, during the postseason, you get the rally towels, the whole thing, the whole shebang. They're giving away T-shirts for the finals, and you get a rally towel when you go into the Garden tonight. I mean, I'll give them credit. They're doing right. That is correct. You give away the T-shirt and the towel. That's how you do it. That's how you take care of your fans, especially you're paying $1 million to sit courtside. I mean, come on. At least you get a T-shirt and a towel. Come on.
Say for $1 million, I get a T-shirt and a towel. I mean,
that's what you get.
I got shortchanged a little bit there.
You get
I also
game.
Get a championship ring if they end up winning.
I know. Like, if you're paying that much to sit at a game, I mean, the ticket prices have been just unbelievably ridiculous. But the fact that it was for an auction for 2 seats, I think a law firm and private equity firm, they were the ones who bought the seats. So there you go.
I was having this conversation this morning. A seat in the nosebleed is about $8,000, somewhere in that range right now.
Yeah.
First off, who has $8,000 who is willing to sit in the second level? Like, most of the time you're sitting in the second level because you're kind of like, I don't care. I'll just get me in the door. I want to pay $8,000. So if you paid $8,000, number one, and they lost the game, that's one. Number
that's my thing. Like, this could be a major letdown. Wemby could bounce back. The Spurs are hungry here, man.
Forget that. Even if they win the game, you still look at your bank account and say, I'm $8,000 lighter than I was, and they won the game. And now what? Like, what is like the end result feeling? I can't come to terms with that.
I guarantee you, I bring up the towel and the T-shirt, you're going to see them go for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars online. They're going to be posted online. People are going to resell those things from their seat. I guarantee you. And some may make a couple bucks back for paying for the seats with the towel and the T-shirt. I guarantee it, because it's one of a kind. You can only get it if you're at that game.
Guess what? I mean, you better find a way to recoup some of that $8,000 somehow, some way.
Well, some people,
I just can, like, again, by the way, Josh Hart, shout out to him.
Yeah.
He said the ticket prices are ridiculous. Like, let the real fans who have wanted this moment for years and years and years, get a chance to go into these games. And look, the league is actually, I think, taking notice of this, and they're not happy either. Like, the league understands they have a problem with the resale market.
Yep. And I'm on right now. They have dropped a little bit. They're down to $5,786.
I was going to say, you got the entire upper bowl there. How many people can fit up there? 10,000 maybe?
I guess, yeah. So
where
20,
are you finding 10,000 people to spend $8,000 each on a ticket to a game?
I'll say the lower bowl is down to $36,000 if you want to sit down there.
Seriously though, like, what fan is like, how many fans do you have in your fan base that are willing to spend that much money on a ticket? I just can't even fathom that someone would even, like, I don't care how much money you have. If money's no object and you saw tickets 36,000, immediately I'm saying, I'm not going. I cannot justify paying $36,000 for a ticket. Like, now we've just gotten piggish.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. The fact that the low end for an upper bowl seat is almost $6,000. I mean, that's insane. I guarantee. I wonder how much some of those towels and some of those T-shirts will sell for, because they will be on eBay after this game. You know, they might be on eBay. Someone might take a picture and post it on eBay during the game and might make a couple bucks back off their tickets. So, I mean, that's how much I think those things are going to go. You're going to see a ton of them on eBay. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Right there with Taylor Swift's seat at the game.
I was going to bring that up as a quick final nugget. So we talked about this over the weekend as well. Taylor Swift, her seat from the Eastern Conference Finals was put on the market as an auction item to bid on. This seat she sat in, that's all she did, was sit on it. Her bottom sat on that seat. That's it. And it's going up for auction. If someone's going to pay for it and buy it. Can you believe this?
No. Nope. I cannot believe it. Yet someone will buy it, and then they will post it, and they will resell it and try to make some money off of this thing.
Listen, if you want to go buy a random seat from a stadium, sure. I mean, listen, when the Spectrum went down and they got rid of all that stuff, I would have gotten a seat, but I would have taken it for free or for like $20. You know what I mean? Just to have that piece of memorabilia. Because I'm a memorabilia guy.
I was at the last day walkthrough. I was at the last. They did like a Saturday afternoon.
I remember.
I was at the walkthrough. You just walk through the Spectrum. And you can take whatever you wanted.
Yep, you could take it. But, you know, paying for just a random seat that Taylor Swift sat in, I mean, we're going, what have we done? We've lost the plot. We've lost the plot at that point.
I am definitely not interested. Not interested.
Yeah, I'm out. Not on that piece there. All right, 4-pack. Wow, we got through 4 today. How about that?
You ever catch a foul ball at a baseball game?
No. Joe Blanton threw me one. That's it. Joe Blanton threw me one. Yeah, he tossed it up for coming back from his bullpen. Yep.
Said, hey, kid, here you go. Here's my ball.
Yep.
It's
Gave me the nod, and I caught it.
There you go. Yeah, you know who followed me on Twitter today?
Who's that?
Chad Durbin.
Durbin. How about that guy? You know, Gallagher followed me back yesterday on Twitter.
We had a little back and forth, Durbin. We're going to have him on the show.
There you go.
He's been following the WVU run in the College World Series, and he said, I saw that you were tweeting about college baseball WV style. I said, all right, well, thanks for the follow. We're going to have to get you on to talk some Phillies. He says, I'm all in.
It's a World Series champ right there. I'm excited. I'm a lock in when he comes on. I can't wait for that conversation.
Looking forward to it. World Series champion. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. There's today's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live, and the Knicks Nuggets segment of the Sports Bash today on 97.3 ESPN. Let me tell you about my friends over at Clark's Moving and Storage. Yes, down in Rio Grande. You know, you got to do a big move. You can't do it by yourself, and you can't ask your friends, can't ask your family. They don't want to help you. I know they don't want to help you. You know who does? Clark's Moving and Storage. They took care of my move from start to finish. I said, hey, I live here. I needed to go here. These are the times. Can you get it done? They said, no problem. I got there. The whole place was set up when I got there. Here's the number, 609-889-0780, 609-889-0780. Visit clarksmoving.net. They're an authorized agent for Wheaton Worldwide Moving, so they can move you across the country or even around the world.
The NBA Finals on ESPN Radio. The New York Knicks strike again. Now,
The series shifts to Madison Square Garden with the Spurs face a critical Game 3.
We're going to go into Game 3, and if we play our brand of basketball up to our standard, we'll be just fine.
Coverage begins today at 7:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to the NBA Finals next. Spurs Game 3 tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
You've seen it on Facebook. Now see it for yourself at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Customers are raving about the no-pressure experience and great deals on new and quality pre-owned SUVs, sedans, and trucks, all priced to move. It's car buying the way it should be. Easy, honest, and built around you. Plus, their expert service team is there long after the sale to keep you on the road. Stop scrolling, start driving. Bridgeton Auto Mall. Sales, service, satisfaction. 808 North Pearl Street, Bridgeton, or drivebam.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Online at tlcphc.com.
Drivers who switch to Progressive could save hundreds just by bundling home and auto insurance, because you can't go wrong saving money. Unless you spend it on a guitar and never learn to play it, but lie and say that you did. Then someone hands you a guitar at a party and asks you to play, so you decide to improvise this.
Well, don't you know that but that's not it. Dreams are fun and also good.
Yep, you can't go wrong bundling and saving money with Progressive. Well, it depends on how you spend it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Bang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Is your day stopping you from shopping? It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan. Are you trapped in your old car? Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity can get you out. Get up to $4,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair Trade Value for your old car. Come see us today at Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan.
Straight on the purchase of select models expires on Gansey.
Ready to order? Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef. This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planning your child's birthday party?
Storybook Land offers the most magical birthdays in South Jersey, offering a package for 30 guests, great food, and your party set up and cleaned up by our party professionals, all under our festive birthday cake pavilion. You also get all day to ride and play in the park with your guests. Spaces are limited, so book your party today.
Create your own story at Storybook Land.
Give your child a birthday they'll never forget with Storybook Land.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new MiraFast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find MiraFast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Hey, Jen, you ready for a girls' night in?
Absolutely. What's on the agenda?
Oh, a little wine, a little JTV.
Jewelry television? I've never shopped on TV.
Are you kidding? You're missing out on amazing jewelry, gold, pearls, lab-grown diamonds, and totally affordable. And right now, new customers get $25 off their first purchase of $50 or more when you shop on TV or at jtv.com.
25 off? Why are we standing here?
You turn on the TV. I'll grab my tablet.
Automotive Avenues is ready to get you into a new ride. Your family-owned pre-owned dealership now has a location in Sewell. They bring the power of wholesale to the public, and they buy cars too, making it easy to trade in or sell your vehicle. Financing is simple. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit, you're still approved. See why Automotive Avenues has won Consumer Satisfaction Awards for the last 9 years. The deals are heating up at Automotive Avenues of Sewell on Delty Drive, or browse their expanded inventory now at automotiveavenusnj.com. That's automotiveavenusnj.com.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
Celebrate the World Cup 2026 at Soccer Fest at the Camden Waterfront, June 25th through the 27th, starting at noon each day. All 3 days on huge outdoor screens. Sign up for the New Jersey Youth Soccer Association sessions held at Rutgers Camden Field. Shop at the Made in Camden Village. Enjoy the flavors of the International Food Market, South Jersey's award-winning wineries and breweries. Take Patco to the City Hall station or take the New Jersey Transit River Line. Register for free tickets in advance at soccerfest26.com.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Don't forget, watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Listen on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions. You got a great card coming up. What's that, this weekend, Josh? June 13th, right? That's this weekend?
This Saturday, yes, Mike Gill. The heavyweight show that everyone's been waiting for. You've heard them interviewed on Hanging with Hennig on 97.3 ESPN. Holy Spirit's own Josh Popper taking on Absegami High School's Bruce Selden Jr. 2 undefeated heavyweights are going to clash this Saturday, Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now for the stacked boxing event. Ticketmaster.com. Of course, on the card as well is Damian Tenorello from Berlin, New Jersey, as well as Julio Sanchez III from Pleasantville, are just some of the stacked. It's always an amazing event. This is the 7th time Boxing Insider Promotions has had an event at Tropicana, and they never disappoint, Mike. So I encourage everyone, Ticketmaster.com. Get your tickets now for this Saturday is the showdown, the 2 undefeated heavyweights from South Jersey. This Saturday, doors open at 7:30 at Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City.
So I saw this real quick. I got a couple things on my mind. We're going to hear some Mike Gansey stuff this hour as well.
You always have a couple things on your mind.
Yeah. I think it's June 25th is the day. I got to confirm that date. I think it's June 25th. No, it's a Sunday. Maybe it's June 27th. Could it be June 20? When is the World Cup?
I thought it begins this Friday, doesn't it?
So the Yankees play the Red Sox. No, the Yankees play the Dodgers, whenever that is.
I'll look it up.
When do the Yankees play the Dodgers? So on the same day in New York, the Yankees play the Dodgers for a night game. I got to try to remember this now. I forget where I saw this. It is a day where there's 5 events on the same day. One of them is Yankees-Dodgers at Yankee Stadium. That's like a night game. Then there is – go ahead.
July 18th is a Saturday.
Okay, so I think it's July 8th.
8 o'clock at night?
It must be. And then Bon Jovi plays at Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
Ariana Grande plays at the Barclays Center.
Would you rather go to see
Hold
Ariana
on.
Grande or Bon Jovi?
Hold on. The World Cup has a game at MetLife. So there's a game at MetLife World Cup. Ariana Grande at the Barclays. Bon Jovi at Madison Square Garden. Yankees play the Dodgers
At Yankee Stadium.
at Yankee Stadium. I feel like there was and it's the Fanatic Fest. Whatever day that is the day. So whatever day Fanatics Fest is. So that starts at like noon, right? I should have asked Earnshaw, would have been a perfect person to ask this question. So it's Fanatics Fest, I think it's like a noon start. The World Cup final is on that day. It's the World Cup final game. The championship of the World Cup.
Fanatic Fest is July 16th to the 19th, so it's a whole weekend.
So whatever must be that Saturday, because I think the World Cup finals on a Saturday afternoon, right? So I think the Fanatics Fest starts at noon. The World Cup final is at 3. And then you have the Yankee-Dodger game.
World Cup final is the 19th, so that's Sunday. Sunday at 3 p.m. is the World Cup final on MetLife.
And then the Yankees must play the Dodgers on Sunday Night Baseball. That's a 7:30 first pitch.
7:20 first pitch, yep.
Bon Jovi concert at Madison Square Garden. And
that's a
Ariana
Saturday.
Grande at the Barclays Center.
Basically, what you're saying is New York should have the weekend of all weekends.
Well, how would you rank those events? Now, you're not a good person to ask this question. Earnshaw is a good one to ask this question.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, you're not interested in Ariana Grande or Bon Jovi, I would imagine.
I like Bon Jovi.
Would you go to a Bon Jovi concert over the Yankees-Dodger game?
All right, let me get a pen and paper so I can write this all down. So I'll do it by memory.
Right. I think I could probably I say I think I could probably guess how you would go on this, but I would probably be way off because like the World Cup soccer
All right, hold on.
championship.
So Bon Jovi's at Madison Square Garden.
Yes.
All right.
Ariana Grande is at the Barclays Center.
All right.
These are all on the same day. Okay?
At Parkway.
Yep. And then the World Cup championship is that afternoon at MetLife. The Fanatics Fest is that afternoon. It's like a noon start. And then the Yankees-Dodgers Sunday Night Baseball game.
Right. Dodgers at Yankees.
Yes. They're all in New York City. The same day. So how are you ranking those?
I mean, I'm probably putting Ariana Grande last because I probably can only think of maybe one or two of her songs. And considering I'm a single guy, it's probably not high on the priority list.
Okay. I figured that would not be a high priority for you.
I mean, she might be a priority if she gave me some time of day, but I'm not going to prioritize her concert as a single guy.
You think Ariana Grande might say, "Hey, Josh, why don't you come up on stage with me?"
Listen, I've always been told that I'm a much better person when you meet in person than you see otherwise. So, like, I've met people in person, like, you're nothing like I thought you were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you probably get that too.
So you think Ariana Grande, if she met you in person, she may have interest?
I don't know. Maybe there's always a possibility. You know, listen, I see women at the gym all the time with dudes who are way uglier than me. So, I mean,
subjective.
You know, we live in a world where anybody's got a shot. It's like the Dumb and Dumber line, right?
Absolutely. All right. So because Ariana Grande may not know you and
Exactly.
wouldn't give you the shot,
Right.
you would say that she's probably last.
Exactly.
Okay.
Number 4, we are going to go with. I'm only going to Fanatic Fest 4 because of the fact that it's the final day of Fanatic Fest. And usually the final day of those like events and festivals are like the worst days. You know, if you ever been to like an expo or like a festival, it's been multiple days. The last day is usually like empty out day where like people are like trying to get rid of their stuff.
Or sometimes they hold off the big timers until the end.
I feel like Michael Rubin's probably going to have his heavy hitters before the Sunday.
I'm sure the lineup's already out.
Yeah, I can pull it up. I mean, I just found the date, so let's see here. LeBron's going to be there the 16th and 17th, so that ain't Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find the full list here. Yeah, learn more. Let me click the learn more button. Yep, here is the full lineup. Oh, I gotta click another button. This website's very fancy.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like, Tom Brady, Kevin Hart, Jay-Z, Travis
This is the
Scott.
last day?
No, this is all
They're
people...
there all 3 days?
No, they're only going to be there the first few days, it looks like. Looks like the final day is like Gilbert Arenas. I don't know who Marlon is. Who's Marlon? I don't know who that guy is. Paulo Banchero is going to be there Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
Got that going for you. If you're a Magic fan.
Yeah. I mean, pretty good player.
But it looks like some of the big hitters are going to be Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's why I'm going to put Fanatic Fest number 4. So my instinct was right there. Now you're telling me I got to pick. I can't try to make a day of this, right?
Well, they're all on the same day.
No, but for example, the Yankees game's at night.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, I could go to the World Cup early in the day and go to the Yankees game at night.
I guess in theory, yes.
Yeah, maybe if I was rich and had a helicopter.
Yeah, just money's no object. How are you ranking these?
I would really like to go to a Bon Jovi concert. So I'm probably going to go Yankees Dodgers number 1 on Sunday Night Baseball. I would probably go Bon Jovi number 2, World Cup 3, Fanatic Fest 4, Ariana Grande 5.
Okay. That's a lot of choices on one day for one city, though. Like, if you say in Philly, like a lot of times there's multiple things going on, but those are 5 massive
things, right? There were 5 massive events that people are probably waiting all year long for just to go to those things.
Right. Now,
I would love to go to a Bon Jovi concert. He's probably I'm more of a Bon Jovi guy than a Bruce Springsteen guy. I know it's controversial to some people, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's each their own, I guess.
I would love to go to a Dodgers Yankee game on Sunday Night Baseball. I just feel like that would be like the energy in the building would probably be nuts. But then you got the World Cup, and the World Cup, no matter who's in the final, those fans are probably going to be losing their stinking minds.
Yeah, that thing would probably be pretty crazy, the World Cup final. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care who wins the World Cup. But I mean, I've been to a Union game before and had a great time.
Right, going to the World Cup is not about who's playing, that's the experience.
Yeah, it's
right?
more about hanging out and being a part of it. So, all right. Did you see on Saturday the foul ball that was hit that knocked the food out of the guy's hand?
I saw it on social media. I didn't see it live in real time.
All right. So you saw it on social media. That's an interesting angle here. So my question has been, if the foul ball is hit and the guy gets his food knocked out of his hand,
right?
If it's not caught on camera on television, do they reimburse him for the food? How many people out there
Good question.
have had this happen to you where you're at a game and the foul ball came and you tried to catch it or whatever happened and the ball knocks all the food that you just bought out of your hands? Now, somebody texted earlier and said that had a cost. I don't even know what the food he had, but I saw what they replenished him with. They gave him 2 boxes of Manco and Manco pizza.
Okay.
Now, I think those pizzas are about $17 each, somewhere in that range.
I was going to guess probably about 20, but
so you're talking
fine.
Yeah, so you're talking about somewhere between $35 and $40 for the 2 pizzas.
Right.
I don't know if they got him drinks again, but I think he did have a drink in his hand. Now, if he gets a beer, I mean, that could be somewhere like 20-some bucks.
Right. So
they
now
also
we're
brought
at
him
55.
They also brought him a new shirt because he got the food all over his shirt.
Well, the shirt's probably 50.
So they brought him a new shirt. Now, my question is, if that did not get caught on camera and they made such a big deal about it on the broadcast, Like, oh, this guy, because the Phillies were getting beat 6-0.
Right. That's not talking
So
about.
they're like, hey, look at this guy. Oh, it's a shame. Like, he got hit and blah, blah. But could you imagine you just spent 50, 40, 50, 60, 70 bucks on the food, and then it gets knocked out of your hand. You never even got to eat it.
That's a moment where you got to question a lot of life decisions.
Well, the next part of this is, so they bring the guy the reimbursements, but he's not there.
What do you mean he's not there?
He wasn't in the seat. He must have gone to either A, clean up, or B, go get round two.
Right.
Now, when they came to the seats, and there's a guy sitting in the seat in front of him, and they're like, hey, can you give this to the guy behind you? So they gave the 2 pizzas in the shirt to the guy sitting in front of him.
Okay.
Right? So, like, you had to be pretty sure, because I guess they weren't like, hey, we're going to wait around for this guy to get back. So they gave the stuff to the guy sitting in front of him.
So then what did the guy in front of him do? Did he keep it for himself, or did he wait for the guy?
That's what I was wondering. But no. So the camera caught him when the guy was coming back. They showed him saying, hey, they came and they gave you all this stuff.
Okay.
The 2 pizzas and whatever else it was. Now, you said you saw the video on social media.
I saw the ball hit the guy on social media. Yeah. The foul ball.
Yeah. So I didn't see if they showed because our question was, Earnshaw and I were talking about this yesterday. If it wasn't caught on television on the camera, is that normal that if a foul ball hits your food, you're screwed, right? You don't get reimbursed.
Right. Usually you don't, you're just DOA, right? Like I've seen foul balls, see people numerous times. They have a beer in their hand, they have nachos in their lap. There's a famous video of the Astros game years ago. Remember where the guy put his girl in harm's way?
Yeah, so here's the video. John Boy did a breakdown of it yesterday. Next to each other.
Yeah.
The one guy's got a box. It looks like a nachos or something in his hand.
I feel like it's always nachos. Someone always has nachos and a foul ball comes and takes it out.
No, it's fries. It's fries.
It's fries?
The ball,
okay.
So they both missed the ball.
Right.
And it's definitely a drink. I don't know what kind of drink it is, but the drink goes spilling all over the place.
Everywhere, yeah.
The fries go. And now the guy from Aramark came down there, and he's got 2 pizzas and 2 hot dogs. So he gave 1 pizza to the one guy and 1 hot dog to the other guy, but the other guy wasn't back yet.
Right.
And
so the one guy waited for the other guy to come back.
And 2 waters. Now I'm looking at it. And here comes the other guy. He's walking down, and he goes to the seat, and the guy stands up, and he says, sir, here you go. He hands him the pizza, and he says, this one's for you, and here's your hot dog. Now, he got him the hot dog and the pizza. He's got a mango pizza, and he's got a hot dog. Now, is that normal? So in other words, if they didn't catch him on television, if the foul ball knocked it out of your hand, now Earnshaw said what you said. He thinks if it was on social media, would they have been shamed enough that they would have gave him a reimbursement?
Maybe, because of the fact that social media is a crazy catalyst for things. Maybe he might not have gotten it that day, but maybe he would have gotten it on his way out the door. He might got a
it's
voucher.
not. By the way, it's not a drink that he spilled. It was the cheese from the fries.
Ooh,
that's what looked like. It looked like it was a drink that went spilling.
I thought it was a drink too.
But boom, he hits. It looks like fries, and then the cheese sauce went flying all over the place. So,
well, then you definitely need a new shirt.
I would say the guy got lucky because I don't see that guy with any food. He doesn't look like the guy in the blue shirt. He had a blue shirt and a visor on. He didn't have any food. He was trying to catch the foul ball. He just missed it. Yep, went right through his fingers, hits the guy's box. His fries go flying. The cheese goes flying all over the place. They both get the cheese all over their shirt. And then the Phillies send a guy out there. Now, they didn't even have pizza. They end up making out of this deal where they get the mango pizza and a hot dog. They didn't even have a hot dog or pizza. They only had fries. So good job by the Phillies there. But is that normal?
No, it's not. I've never seen somebody have food and get a foul ball ever get replacement food before.
Me neither. Like you would think, oh my God, I just got this. I just bought this food and I just spent $50 on the food and it got knocked out of my hand.
Like, for example, you remember back in the day, we all used to watch This Week in Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mel Allen.
You would watch that and you would see every once in a while, there would be a fan of food and the foul ball hit the food, the person with the foul ball. Right. And there's never a moment in watching Twib that you were like, hey, the person's got free food. It was always, look at this buffoon. He was eating his food, trying to go for the foul ball, and it went everywhere. Like, there was never a moment in my memory where it was like, yeah, you get free stuff and more. Because of it.
That brought me to my next question. So I used to do the show. My old co-host was a guy named Todd Rank, my college roommate, right? So we had a conversation before about he caught a foul ball at a baseball game, but he said he didn't remember who hit it. If someone catches a foul ball at a baseball game, what's the first question you ask them?
Who hit it?
Who hit it? So, violation or not, that he doesn't remember who hit the ball. So, anybody out there listening?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, but 1 second. Anybody out there listening, have you ever caught a foul ball at a baseball game, and do you remember who hit the ball? Now, we had a guy yesterday, Earnshaw and I were having this conversation, and the guy told us he caught a football from Jake Elliott in the NFC Championship game at halftime when he was practicing field goals.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm actually think this might be a little bit cooler than the foul ball. They don't hit the foul ball,
100%. You catch the football because that doesn't happen all the time.
Exactly.
609-403-0973. Devin from Lewis, Delaware. Says, not a foul ball, but when I was 8 years old, a Cal Ripken final season practice home run landed at my feet, and some annoying drunk guy spilled my whole soda all over me to take the ball from my feet. Needless to say, my dad nearly punched the guy, and I never got the ball. Yeah, it could be a home run in batting practice. It could be a foul ball. It could be some sort of way that you got a ball. Do you remember who hit the ball? That was the big conversation that we had, was that how do you not remember who hit the ball when you got the foul ball at the game?
Right, because my follow-up question was, how inebriated do you think he was at the time of this foul ball catch?
Don't know.
Because I think it has an impact on the conversation, does it not?
Sure. I mean,
how sober
obviously
are
that would
you? How not
impair
sober
your
are you?
memory here, but you would think like you're at a game, the ball comes, you catch it, you're like, oh my God, I just got a ball from so-and-so. Like yesterday, the guy hits the home run from the White Sox. No, from the White Sox.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the guy in the Marchand jersey running to get the Rafael Marchand home run.
The guy who hit the home run for the White Sox, it was his first ever home run.
Right.
And the fan just threw it back onto the field. And they were talking about how the first base coach picked it up and put it in his pocket.
Right.
And they said, oh, look at that. He doesn't even have to give the fan anything.
Right. It's a bad job of the fan.
Right. The fan has to know that guy's first ever home run, I hold the ball, he's going to offer me something. Bad job.
Yeah.
But you would know that it was, Jacob Gonzalez who hit the home run, right? Was that who it was? I'm pretty sure it was.
I think it was Gonzalez, yeah. No, I was thinking about when the Marchand hit the home run, and you see the guy wearing the Marchand jersey
got the
running
home run
full speed to get the ball.
Yeah, I did, because then after the game, they asked him, did you realize that you hit the home run and a guy wearing your jersey was the guy who picked it up? Now, I never caught a foul ball at a baseball game, but I was at a game where my buddy, this was at a minor spring training game, though, where the guy hits a foul ball out into the bleachers. We're in Dunedin at a Blue Jays game. Now, not too many people there. Ball goes over there like a section over from us.
Okay.
And my buddy just walks over there. There was nobody to even fight with to go get it.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying he should remember who hit that ball.
Well, it's like back
not as memorable.
Remember the Marlins old stadium? People would hit like home runs or foul balls. Like there was like empty seats everywhere. People would just like run over and get the ball.
Yeah, that's not as thrilling.
No,
when you
it's
just
not.
go run after it because there's nobody else there. You want to be the one that's in your seat and it just comes to you and you have to make the catch with everybody staring at you and looking at you, and you're up there and you're saying, oh, here's my shot right here.
So I got a question for you, because you bring up the foul ball thing kind of made me think of an etiquette question I had for you that I'd forgotten about. So I was at the ShopRite LPGA the previous weekend, right? And there was an individual who literally was like hoarding every single opportunity to get the ball. Like the golfer finishes around. She usually like signs the ball, throws it in the stands, right? So you got this one dude who is like constantly begging for, and by the end of the round, I think he had like 7. What is like the etiquette? Like, should there somebody go on to the guy and be like, bro, you got 6. Enough's enough.
Now, how many people were in the gaggle?
Not including me or including me.
Well, you would just be one extra.
20.
Okay. 20 people in the gaggle there.
Yeah. But the one guy was like the extra loudest, most demonstrative. And so he kept getting the attention of the ladies, and a couple of them were like, good grief, leave me alone. Here's the ball. And like people were starting to complain, be like, dude, you're hoarding all the balls. Now, I'm kind of like observing and watching because I'm curious to see, does anybody actually like, confront this guy? So, Mike, should somebody have gone to him and been like, bro, enough's enough?
I don't know. That one I don't have an answer for because I'm not a autograph seeker, so I don't really know what the modus operandi is there.
Because I feel like, again, now maybe the problem is, as you said at the beginning of the segment, I might not be the person to ask this question, but where I stand, I'm not a huge like autograph guy either. But I do think it would be cool to have one of the official balls from the event if I'm a fan. So to me, I feel like if I get 1 or 2, I'm good. I don't need any more. I feel like once you get past 1 or 2, now you're just being a bleep. You know what I mean? You're being a jerk.
All right, well, let me see what Gabe in Northfield says. I have to admit, I caught a foul ball 2009 Phillies Padres, but I don't remember what Padres hit it. I didn't spill my beer, though. That's from Gabe in Northfield. He says, I know why he's still not your co-host. That's ridiculous. Geoff in Port Norris. Why? Because he didn't know who caught the foul ball? That's why we get – no, he left on his own accord.
Tom was not fired, okay?
No.
Geoff in Port Norris, take a chill pill, bro.
Yeah.
Happy hour Friday to you, buddy.
Jeff in Ocean City says, I didn't catch a foul ball, but it was rolling around the concourse between 200 and 300 level at the vet. I somehow reached into the pile of 10 people and plucked it out. I held it up and ran to the bathroom and got booed because the kids started crying. No idea who hit it. See, that's a little different, though. Wow. I'm saying if you caught the foul ball, like you're saying he didn't catch it, you ran after it and got it.
It's different.
Definitely different. If you caught the foul ball, I would think that would be more memorable.
Especially if, like, it's like one of those like unique moments where you see like the fan like reach over or reach around or like lean backwards, almost fall. It's memorable.
When it comes right to you, everyone's staring at you, and you have the shot to get it, and you're the only one, and you catch that ball, you got to remember who hit the ball. But that guy yesterday, he ended up with the pizza and the hot dog, him and his buddy. Thought that was probably the story of yesterday's game.
Saturday's game?
Saturday's game, yeah, because that game was brutal on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday was just a lambasting.
All right, Sports Match Live, 97.3 ESPN. If you've ever caught a foul ball at a game, let us know over on the YouTube channel. Says I caught a foul ball at the old Campbell's Field, the home of the Camden River Sharks. The ballpark is not there anymore. Yeah, Pedro Feliz. Yeah, I remember for the Atlantic League. He played against the Surf.
There you go.
If you have a foul ball story, let us know. I love those stories. They crack me up. You remember, if you ever caught a foul ball, do you remember who hit it? Let us know. All right, when we come back, Mike Gansey was introduced to the media today. He had some interesting things to say. We'll play the highlights of it coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Why keep searching? Your next vehicle is waiting at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Right now, take advantage of big savings on a huge selection of new and quality pre-owned SUVs, sedans, and trucks, all priced to move. At Bridgeton Auto Mall, there's no pressure, just a team that treats you like family and helps you find the right vehicle at the right price. And don't forget, our expert service department is here to keep your car running like new. Don't wait. Drive to Bridgeton Auto Mall today. Sales, service, satisfaction. 808 North Pearl Street, Bridgeton, or drivebam.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
We're bringing the golden age of rock's greatest decades back to life this summer, only at Ocean Casino Resort. Come see the award-winning Magical Mystery Tours with weekly shows on Thursdays. This unique experience offers all things: the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, and the Doors, and experience Boathouse Row, a yacht rock experience. Sailing straight into nostalgia on Sundays. Enjoy the silky smooth sounds of late 70s and early 80s soft rock. Don't miss these amazing shows at Ocean. Go to oceanac.com to get your tickets today. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef. This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The countdown to summer is on, and Broadleys is ready to help keep you cool. Schedule your AC tune-up today and ask about their family comfort plan for priority service all year long. Did your AC struggle last summer? Act now and take advantage of 0% financing and rebates up to $2,000 so you can have a worry-free summer. Call 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleys.net today.
Broadleys Rock, the name you know, the service you trust.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Is your kid stopping you from shopping? It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan. Are you trapped in your old car? Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity can get you out. Get up to $4,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair Trade value for your old car. Come see us today at Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township.
Straight from the purchase of select autos expires 1 Wednesday.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With the Sports Flash, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.3 ESPN. Christopher Sanchez gets a start for the Phillies tonight as they begin a 3-game series in Toronto against the Blue Jays. Sanchez at 7-2, an ERA of 1.46, 103 strikeouts on the season. Toronto will counter tonight with Patrick Corbin. Philadelphia took 2 of 3 from the Chicago White Sox, winning Sunday 9-5. Brandon Marsh homered for the 3rd straight game as the Phillies put up 5 unanswered runs in the victory. The Knicks and the Spurs, Game 3 tonight at Madison Square Garden of the NBA Finals. The Knicks have won 13 straight postseason games, taking games 1 and 2 on the road, and are 2 wins away from their first championship since 1973. The Spurs need to win 4 of the next 5 games to claim the championship. The Stanley Cup Finals continuing Tuesday night in Las Vegas. Game 4 between the Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. Vegas up 2-1 after a double overtime victory in Game 3 on Saturday. The Sports Update brought to you by Progressive. Bundle auto and home, renters, or condo and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Town Square Media has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible offers from some fantastic local businesses. Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. Get one $50 gift card for just $25 to Kingpin, known as one of the top bowling centers in the Atlantic City area. Guests can enjoy bowling, arcade games, pool tables, and a full-service grill and bar all in one place. That's a $50 gift card for just $25 to Kingpin. Get this great deal starting this Friday at seizethedeal.com.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zero. Humidity is low and skies will stay mainly clear, so temperatures tonight will get pretty cool, low of 53 degrees. Another nice day coming up tomorrow. Lots of sun with late-day clouds, staying dry, high of 80. Turning cloudy on Wednesday, way more humid and a bit unsettled with a few showers and thunderstorms possible, high of 80. Hot, humid, and breezy Thursday, high 91, with the chance of a thunderstorm too. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Cross County Connection presents 6 new NJ Connect shuttles providing fare free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connected jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
532 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. A Cross County Connection presents the 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles providing fare-free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connected jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, and all at no cost to riders. 856-229-7571. Visit driveless.com. All right, Mike Gansey is the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. He spoke today for the first time. Really had some interesting things to say. I think if you were just judging him based on his press conference, you would say, I like this guy. Seems like a good dude. Seems like a guy that I'm interested to see what he can do here. Do I think he's going to turn this into a championship team immediately? No clue. Have no idea. But at the very least, he's different from what you had here. He's different from Daryl Morey. And if you were not a Morey fan, now, he did say that he uses analytics. He says that analytics numbers are something that will always be a part of making decisions. But it's definitely not analytics first and only. But he did get asked the key question first, which was, how do you identify how do you find an identity with Joel Embiid and the guys that are currently on the roster? Here's what Gansey said.
Well, obviously, we have Joel. You know, I've had a lot of good conversations with him so far. Excited to meet with him this week. But, you know, with him and the roster we have, you know, that's who we have. You know, we got to get those guys on the floor. We got to create an identity and get them to play basketball. I think the group that we have, you know, Joel, obviously. So we just want to get them going. And, you know, we're excited to see what we can build.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a I have Joel here. What do you want me to do? I mean, this is what we have. I don't really have much that I can do. This is who's here, and we'll kind of go with that. Now, Bob Myers followed it up afterwards by admitting we do not have an identity, which is not good when I have 4 guys that are locked into pretty big-time contracts. So, what does Gansey think about those 4 guys?
We got 2 really, really good young studs with Tyrese and BJ, and then we have you know, Joel and Paul. So those are the 4 we start with, and obviously when they play, we're pretty good. You know, you can see how they were against Boston in the playoffs, and we just gotta dive into those 4 and get them on the floor together. You know, obviously because we got to stay healthy, and then try to add some depth and get better in other areas.
Yeah, when those guys play, we're pretty good, and when they don't, we're not so good. But the hard part is what he said at the end, adding the depth. How are they going to do that? That's the first challenge that I think he's got the 22nd pick in the draft. That's really his first night, which is not too far from now, people. The NBA draft is on June 24th. It's June 8th right now. So it's basically 3 weeks from now that they have to make this selection. And that could be a night where a big trade happens. Don't rule that out. And as he says, we want players who want to play in Philly and fit what this roster needs.
I want guys that want to be in Philly first and foremost. You know, obviously guys that can fit around our players that we have currently under contract. And, you know, I want fountains, not drains. You know, I want guys with high character, guys with high work ethics, and guys that want to be in Philadelphia.
Fountains, not drains. It's a pretty interesting way to put that there. I want guys who are basically wanting to play here, not guys who are forced to play here. He wants guys that fit the roster, but he takes a look around. Many people in the past have said, you know, hey, we got Joel, we got Paul, we got Tyrese. Does that make you a championship caliber team?
They got swept in the second round, so it's not a championship caliber team right now, but we're going to work on that. Obviously, getting the big four together on the floor, but we're going to do everything we can to bring players in here that fit and that obviously can help. And we're not going to. We got a great staff here, and we're going to do everything we can to get the best players in here to help us get to the mountaintop.
So we admit it. No, we're not a championship. I like the fact that he said that, though. Not like, hey, well, we had Joel. He's a former MVP, and we got Paul. He's been a really good player, and Tyrese is third-team All-NBA, and we love what we saw from DJ. Yeah, we're right there. No, we are not a championship-level team. So what is the goal with those four guys?
I don't look at it as a timeline. I just look at, we have those four, and we got to maximize those four. Obviously, DJ and Tyrese are younger, but Paul and Joel can still play at a high level. I mean, we were 24 and 14 when Joel played, and obviously in the playoffs coming back from Boston, we got to rely on those four and obviously keep them on the floor and then just build around them.
Rely on those four, keep them on the floor. That's where I think this gets a little interesting. I had Paul Hudrick on earlier. I assume that will be on in the Best of the Sports Bash tonight, and you can listen to that conversation when I asked Paul about, do you think that Bob Myers and Mike Gansey will handle the Embiid situation any differently? Now, hopefully we get the chance to talk to Gansey on the show, and I have been told that we will have Gansey on at some point. That is one of the things I really want to ask him, is how much do you hope that you will be able to have some say in Joel's availability? He's never really played back-to-backs. Was that Morey? Is that the doctor? Who makes that decision? This is interesting. Mike Gansey, who I did not know this, by the way, and he went to West Virginia, so I am excited about that. I do remember Gansey playing at West Virginia. He was a very good player. Many of you out there listening probably remember Gansey's teams, more so for Kevin Pittsnoggle. If you remember those West Virginia teams, it was Gansey and Pittsnoggle. They were the two, high-level players on that team, and those West Virginia teams were a lot of fun for a couple of years there. The coach was John Beilein. Remember, Beilein was the coach for the Cavs, and I'm assuming that's how Gansey ended up in Cleveland. But what I didn't know is Gansey is from Cleveland. He went to high school in Cleveland, and he is from that area, met his wife in high school. So I didn't realize that he went to high school in Cleveland, grew up in Cleveland, and then he's the general manager of his hometown team. It's pretty crazy, right? So why did he want to leave Cleveland to come to Philadelphia? This answer might surprise you.
Having conversation with Bob, Josh, you got a championship level coach in Nick. You got a lot of really good players on the roster. And Josh is passionate. He wants to win at the highest level, and that's what I want to do. He hates to lose. I hate to lose. And, the more conversations we had, I was really excited about this and, very fortunate that I'm here, and I'm just ready to work with these guys because, Bob's won 4 championships. Nick's won a championship. I've won a championship in Cleveland. So, we want to get that. We want to do the same thing here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. But he said Josh Harris, he hates to lose. I hate to lose. You're telling me Josh Harris's passionate hatred of losing is what sold you to leave your hometown and come to Philadelphia? I was like, wait, what? But if that got the job done, kudos, Josh Harris. So what is the front office alignment in Philadelphia? What is Bob Myers' role in Philly?
Well, first of all, when I was interviewing, having Bob Myers in my corner, 4-time champion, one of the best executives of all time. Who would want him on your side? Obviously I'm the day-to-day president of basketball operations. Me and my group, we're always a great group. We're going to work together, but it's just like every front office, you got him. He's an extension of ownership with Josh essentially. And any recommendations, any ideas and stuff, that we're going to go through them. We're going to be in alignment throughout the whole organization, Nick Nurse included. Coaches are going to be involved. We're going to be aligned throughout the whole building, and having Bob is what I call a cheat code. You have someone that I can call anytime I want, and having him is pretty special to have on my side.
So this sounds a lot to me. It's like, hey, Bob Myers is the cheat code. I can go to him for anything, but my team and we're going to pretty much run everything here. We're going to be attached at the hip with Nick Nurse. I tell you what, it does sound like. I don't know how much Daryl Morey talked to the players. buddied with them. I have no idea. Maybe they were great friends. Maybe they got along great. I don't know. But I can tell you, it sounds like Mike Gansey is going to be down on the floor, shooting jumpers, being out on the court during practice, talking to everybody. And he said, I want to talk to these guys more.
I just want to get the best out of them. Obviously I haven't had a lot of conversations with Joel and Paul yet, and, Tyrese and BJ, we've connected. Obviously everyone's all over the world right now. My world's spinning right now. So I just want to get to them and kind of see what they're feeling too. Get coaches' input, get their input, and see if we can get this thing together. But again, I just don't look at it at two timelines. Like, there are four guys, they're under contract, and we got to do the best to get them to their best self. Because I think every night at 7:00, we got to get them to their best to help us win.
It goes back to, how are they going to handle Embiid? We got those four guys. They're under contract. We have to get them on the court at 7:00 every night. He did talk about Jameer Nelson, that getting him was an important part of him taking the job. That part, he did talk about them playing against each other. I'll tell you what, one of the things about him I was very impressed by is his ability to recall guys he played against, where they played, stuff that they did. He knew the whole St. Joe team against who he played against, and the fact that Nelson beat him 2 times, and who hit a shot to knock out West Virginia in the tournament. I thought that was pretty interesting. But one of the things he detailed was his off-season plan for building the roster here, and he mentions the draft coming up.
We have pick 22 in the draft. We got to hit on that. We got to get a good player there, and just building depth. We got to get guys in here in free agency that we like. We got to get minimum guys. Obviously, and then the big part is just internal development. With Tyrese, VJ, and some of our other young guys, like, they got to get better too. I think it's internal growth, 22, and then free agency, and trying to add as much depth as we can to this roster.
Depth. Yes, they got the 4 guys. Now they need guys around them. And he explained his background running the draft and how that is so important for him in this new role.
I ran the draft in Cleveland, so I was really big on the player personnel and the valuation. But I'm a connector. I think I build relationships with everyone in the building, all the way from our star player to the janitor. I think I have an open door policy. People can come to me, ask questions, but we're going to have alignment throughout the whole building. Like, me and Nick are going to collaborate every day. Jameer, Prosper, our whole staff, all the coaches, players. Like, it's going to be a great environment to be in Philly.
So one of the things he did talk was asked about was, and you take a look at the fact that they have VJ and Maxey, 2 smaller guards. And he talked about right there running the draft and all the alignment being on the same page. But one of the things they're going to have to be on the same page is who are the right fits around 2 smaller guards.
I think it can be done. Obviously, I don't know Tyrese and VJ that well, but, they're still high-level players, and they're only going to get better. So I think it's just up to me and our staff and working with Coach and finding out how we can put people around them to make them successful. Obviously, when you have smaller guys, you need probably more size at the wing and obviously at other positions. But, those 2 are really talented, and I bet there's a lot of other teams that would like to have those 2, and I'm just glad they're with us.
Yeah, so he mentioned you got to get taller guys, longer guys on the wing. So it'll be interesting to see who he targets with pick number 22. He has been handed a coach, Nick Nurse. A lot of guys don't want to be handed the coach. That kind of gives me an indication that Bob Myers probably has a lot to say there, that they wanted Nick Nurse back. He mentioned before that Nurse had won a championship. Myers won 4 championships. And he said, he was a part of that Cleveland team that won a championship with LeBron. So that he has a championship. Nurse has a championship. They all have won championships. And that is why he is excited to work with Nick Nurse.
I'm just super excited to work with Nick. I have all the respect for him. Championship level coach. 21 win improvement last year. He's had to go through a lot these last couple of years with injuries and, lineups in and out. I think we had 30 different starting lineups this year, because I know the Cavs, we had 41. So, and that's hard to do, because us in Cleveland, we made the playoffs. So, like, that many guys out, usually you're not winning a lot of games. So I'm just really excited to work with Nick and, him to know me a little bit more, but me to work with him. And, we're going to be aligned, and he's a championship level coach. So we're excited to have him, and I'm just excited to work with him. So just ready to hit the ground running.
Yeah. So one of the things there is I didn't realize that he had worked with Nick Nurse before. Like you say, hey, you're stuck with Nick Nurse as your coach. You don't get any say. And maybe that is true, but he does know him. It's not like, hey, here's your coach, Nick Nurse, get to know him. He's like, no, I played for Nick Nurse. So I know what kind of coach Nick Nurse is because I played for him. I thought that was a pretty interesting part of the conversation. Lastly here, when you take a look at Mike Gansey, he explained why he felt he got this job.
I just feel like I can lead. I can lead a group of people. There's going to be alignment throughout the building. I'm going to be very collaborative with the head coach. I mean, me and Nick are going to be, attached to the hip. We're going to, every decision we make, Nick's going to be involved, obviously up to ownership. And, obviously the group that we have and that we retain, is really, really exciting. And we got really good players, we got some young players and we got some vets that can really play. So I'm just excited to get this thing started and kind of, get to know everyone and get everyone in the building and just get going.
All right, there's Mike Gansey. So any highlights for you guys out there from Gansey? I know you just heard little bites from him, but those were some of the main bites. Anything that stood out? Do you have a good feeling to say, you know what? I'm kind of intrigued by what this guy said. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the show. Don't forget, Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
The NBA Finals on ESPN Radio. The New York Knicks strike again. Now, the series shifts to Madison Square Garden with a Spurs face a critical Game 3.
We're going to go into Game 3, and if we play our brand of basketball up to our standard, we'll be just fine.
Coverage begins today at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to the NBA Finals. Knicks, Spurs, Game 3 tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
Is your stopping you from shopping? It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan. Are you trapped in your old car? Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity can get you out. Get up to $4,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair Trade value for your old car. Come see us today at Matt Blatt Nissan and Matt Blatt Infinity on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. It's time to drop in some Matt Blatt Nissan.
Straight from the purchase of select autos expires 1
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Online at tlcphc.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When adventure is calling, turn to the experts at White Horse RV Center. For over 50 years, families and adventurers have trusted White Horse RV to find industry top brands and the floor plans that fit every lifestyle. From travel trailers with bunk beds and outside kitchens to motorhomes and destination trailers. Whether you're hitting the open road or planning a local campground getaway, it's about experience, selection, and people who care. See why generations have answered the call with White Horse RV Center, because your RV adventure starts here.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Bet every game like a Caesar and earn perks on every bet. Hotel stays, bonus bets, game tickets, all in one app. Download the app with promo code RADIODYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bet. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. Max bet of $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal with telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Bang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Whether you're behind the wheel or on a bike, safety starts with following the law. New Jersey bicyclists riding at night must use a white front light and red rear light visible from 600 feet away. Drivers, remember the safe passing law. Give at least 4 feet when passing people walking or biking, or slow down until it's safe. Share the road, save a life. A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic and Safety and Cross County Connection. Learn more at driveless.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, getting ready to get out of here. Got some fun text messages. Here you go, Josh. This one's all up your alley. Mike, can't speak to the foul ball, but man, did I chase flying pucks around at a hockey game. Before netting was prevalent, you had to keep your head up if you sat midsection behind the net. I don't know who deflected, but a beautiful cheerleader handed it to me at 10 years old. That was gold. Back in the day, a little foul, errant hockey puck.
Good for that guy.
Was at a Phillies Arizona game, standing near the bullpen. Arizona catcher that was warming up threw my son the ball. Don't know who it was. The game also went like 12 innings. You can't do 12 with a 3-year-old and have the ball. That's from Randy Bean in Mays Landing. All right, Randy, well, you got that ball.
Bit of a predicament, yeah.
That was like Earnshaw said that he never caught a foul ball in a game, but Joe Blanton gave him a little toss. Said, here you go, kid.
So cool.
Tom came a cooldown. Said, I took my son to Phillies batting practice. Home run comes right at him, bobbles it a bit, falls to his feet, scooped it up. It was from Bryce Harper. At the time, Harper was a National. So he still has the ball in the case. It's a Nationals branded ball. That's from Tom and Kate May. That's wild. Got some more here. Keegan from Ocean City says, I'll never forget my dad taking me AC Surf day games as a kid back in 2005. There'd be about 10 to 15 people in attendance, and I would leave with about 10 foul balls. Yeah, there's 10 to 15 people there. You don't go home with a foul ball. That's a bad job out of you. That's the Sports Bash is coming up next. Talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final on Sports USA, and we head to Vegas as the Golden Knights face off against the Carolina Hurricanes. The Knights with Marner and Hurdle can strike at any time.